kai te ki tō mātou ariki. Te tau ki a tātou katoa, te ata whai o tō tātou ariki o he karaiti, te aloha o te atua, me te whiwhinga teitanga ki te wairua tapuri. Ake, ake, ake. Ake o tātou. Atu koe te kura kō kaitu. Reina huri tunu na ki tā tātou kai kai kia kai. Hōrera, pauri o maketa. A tēnā tātou katoa I roto I tēnei piringa manukoroki tēnā tūtoro ki te rangi. Tō tā hūroa e mau nei ngā kōrero I te roanga o tēnei wiki. Mā totoru ana te tāhū, ka pai. Ahakoa taimaha te kōrero, ka rehe raru. Pakari nei te whare e pupuri I tēnei arunga araro o roto o wao. I roto anō I te roanga o ngā kōrero. Tēnā koutou. Ko rongo I te kōrero, ko te karaki ai runga I te marae a te, ko pai, ko airi nei ki runga I a tātou I konei. Nō reira ka rehe take pēa o te tuarua o tērā wāhanga, te arawhata ki te runga rawa, ki tō tēnā koe, e whakairi nei te whakaaro ki te wāhingaro, I runga I tēnei minenga. Ko tai mai a mana wahine ki roto I te whare. E harei te mea nā mātau tēnei hari mai nei, kei konei kē. Engari, ko te kaupapa nei o te nohonga o tēnei tribunara. Nō reira tēnā koutou. E mihi nei, ki aku hoa I te pae nei, ana ka kite koutou I a Linda Tuhiwai Smith, kei taku taha maui, tēnei e noho mai nei o roto I te tairāwhiti ruatoria o tira mā tātu awaka ki Ngāti Awa, tēnei e noho mai ana, o na pūkenga, o na wānanga, I roto I ngā whare wānanga o te motu, tēnei anō, ko tai mai ki te whakarongo ki ngā kōrero. I kōrero nei mō te ahua I a Robin, me ana mahi te paparahi o te raki, kai hitoria, mai roto o pōneke, nō reira tēnei anō, ko tai mai I roto I a koutou. Ka mihi nei kia Kim Ngārimu, mai roto o ruatoria anō hoki, I raro anō, I nuku tai me meha, I raro I a hikurangi maunga, I roto I ana pāranga rā ki ruatoria tēnei, ko tai mai. O tira ko maua ko Sarah, te kaiwhakawā, te kaiarataki i ngā kaupapa i tēnei wiki, o roto o Pariaka, o roto o Waitara, o roto Taranaki, tēnei e tūnei. Nō reira, hoi anō e wāhi ana, e harei te mea māku koutou e whakatau ki runga i tēnei kāinga, engari he whakatau i a koutou ki roto i te kaupapa o ngā te wehewehenga nei, te wetewetenga o ngā kaupapa, o ngā kai kōrero. He taringa whakarongo tēnei, e are ana ngākau, ki ngā kōrero katoa ka puta i a tātou i te ronga o te wiki. Tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
Tēnā koe e rukere. Nau i whakatakoto te aratika mō tā tātou hui i tēnei rā, i tēnei wiki. Ko te mea tuatahi i mihi atu ki te iwi kāinga. Ngāti hene, ngāti te tarawa, koutou i whakaai ki te manaki a mātou i tēnei wiki. He mihi nui ki a koutou. Tēnā koutou katoa e ngā kai kareme, e ngā kai tautoko, ngā roia kua tai mai, tēnā koutou. Kia koutou te hunga e matakitaki i runga i te huitopa. Tēnā koutou katoa. Greetings everybody, good morning. In a moment I'm going to take appearances from Council, and then we will have a few preliminary matters before we start today's program. So first of all, I'm going to take appearances from Claimant Council and then the Crown. Staff have given me the list of RSVPs, so just as I usually do, I'll just ask you to just to enter your appearances. So we'll start first with Tamaki Legal, please.
E te kaiwhakawa, tēnā koe. Kei te mihi hoki ki ngā mema o te Taraipuna o Waitangi, tēnā koutou katoa, nā roia mō te karona, nā roia mō ngā kākirimi, koutou ngā kākirimi, huri noe ki te whare, tēnā koutou katoa. Kia pai rawa atu ki te Taraipuna ko Rautana Hou, ko konei maua ko Miss Acton Adams, ko Miss Alice, ko Mr Fletcher, mō ngā kaikirimi, kei te kamapeni o Tamaki Legal, e mahi ana. In terms of the claims we're representing, we've identified the 9 claims that we represent in the Rangatiratanga Po and our RSVP. I just want to highlight the 4 claims that are presenting evidence this week, and those are Y1477, a claim by Esme Wairati Sherwin and Alex Vincent Clifford on behalf of the late Emma Gibbs-Smith and the Gibbs-Smith whānau as members of Ngā whānau o Waitangi Horututu me te Putaputa o Pahi, Ngāti Kawa, Ngāti Rahiri and Ngairi Raumati. Also 1531, a claim by Tenga Harris and Lee Harris in the Harris whānau. I'm not sure if that microphone... Oh, it's back. Also, Y2377, a claim by Bryce Peter Aldridge, Russell Owen Smith, and Stephen Mark Renata on behalf of the late Nuki Aldridge and Te Wahine o Ngāti Pākehī. Y2382, a claim by Violet Walker on behalf of herself, the late Nuki Aldridge, and members of descendants of Te Tahawai and Ngāti Uru. Tēnei te mihi, kia koutou katoa.
Kia ora, Mr. Atten. Phoenix Law.
Tēnā koe te kaiwhakawa. O te rā, tēnā koutou i te rōpū whakamane i te tiriti o Waitangi. Ko Miss Boatwright tōku ingoa, kei te tūtahi a hau me taku roia matua, Miss Mason, no te tari o Phoenix Law. Hoi anō, kei te haere a hau mō Miss Mason e tēnei wā, engari ka tae a tinana mai a popo. E whakakanohi mātou mō ngā kaikirimi e whā te kaumārima, Engari, e whakakānohi ana mātou mō ngā kaikarimi whetū kei raro i te pau Rangatiratanga, a e ono o rātou ka tuku i a rātou kōrero taunaki i tēnei wiki. Tuatahi, Y1917 mō Louisa Te Matakino Collier, Tuarua Y3220 mō Denise Mesita, Tuatoru Y3011 mō Paula Ormsby, Tuawha Y2118 mō Te Amo Hia McQueen, Tuarima Y2931 mō Taina Boassa Dean, and lastly, Tuaonu Y3012 mō Ngāti Whakaue Mai Makitu. Tēnā koe i te kaiwhakua.
Tēnā koe, Ms. Boatwright. Tūkau Law.
Tēnā koe te kaiwhakawa o tira, tēnā koutou te ropi whakamana i te tiriti o Waitangi. Tuatahi rā e tika ana ki te mihi ki ngā taumahatanga ki rungi i nei puke rau. I tēnei wā nei, ki ngā tini mate o te wā e whaia Coralie Shortland, e takoto ana ki o Tīria, ki whaia J.R. Hogan, ki Pipiwai, koutou katoa ngā mate, haere atura. Hoki mai ki a tātou te kānohi ora, tēnā tātou katoa. Koutou ngā kai kreme, e kawe ana tēnei kaupapa a tātou, tau mai tau atu, tēnei te mihi kia koutou. Ko Maika Cherington ahau, kei konei mātou ko Tākuta Downs, me Miss Tatiana Simon Larson, mo te tari o Tūkau Law, hei whakakānohi ngā kreme e rua, ko Y682 te runanga o Ngāti Hine, ko Y1464 1546 te kapotai. Mauri ore e te whare.
Tēnā koutou. Kaupari Law.
Tēnā e te kaiwhakawa o tira e te pānara, ngā puna mātauranga, ngā pū kōrero o tēnā o tēnā iwi. Mihi atu tēnei ngā tirehia kia koutou e noho nei. O tira e tautoko ana i ngā mihi ki o tātou mate o te wā. Koera te tohu o te manaaki, o te Rangatiratanga, hakoa ngā taumahatanga ki runga i oku whanaunga o Ngāti Hine, anei rātau e manaaki nei tēnei kaupapa. Ko Ms. Heruini taku ingoa, no te tari o Kaupare Law ahau. Ko taku rangatira Miss Peters, kua hono mai mā te livestream, ka tai mai ia hei te Wednesday, ka whatia ki kaupapa ke. E whakakanohi ana hau i te kreme toru, kore toru. He kreme nā Nora Rameka, rātau ko Rukuwai Allen, ko Hene Brown, Hene te mate koiwi tēnei wā. Karekau rātau e tai mai ki te tū, ki te tuku kōrero i tēnei wiki, engari hei te wiki e whai mai nei ki te whanganui a tara rātau tūai. Hoi anō tāku e mihi atu ana.
Koe Ms. Teruini. Loader Legal.
Tēnā koe e te kai whakawā, ki te whakamanawa o te tiriti ngā mihi kia koutou katoa. Tuatahi ki te mana whenua o te rohe, ngā mihi kia koutou katoa. Ko Brooke Loader aho, ko manga maua o Y2493, Ms. Rita Beckman-Flay, Y2821 Mediana Peka, Y2828 Liz Crawford, Y2841 Sharon Tua, Y2862 Nancy Koha, and Y2884 Christy Hinare, and Y2917 Hannah Linden, who will be presenting evidence in this hearing week. Thank you.
Tēnā koe, Ms. Loader. Oranganui Legal.
Tēnā koe te kaiwhakawā. Ki ngā mema o te ropu whakamane te tiriti, tēnā koutou. Ko rongo tēnei, e tuana au ki te Y2188 mō Kanahi Umutahi Hapu o ngā Ruahine, mō Y2237 ngā whānau o Elena Clark, Y2709 mō te Hōtere whānau, Y3159 mō Ngaitai ki Tōrere. Kia ora.
Tēnā koe, Ms. Rongo. Te whenua Law.
Tēnā koe, ma'am. o tira tēnā tātou tō tēpū pai rangatira, te mihi atau ki a koutou, rua kere ana te tuku mihi atu anō hoki ki a koe I whakatau mai, tō tātou hui I runga I te pono me te tika. Nā hoa roia te karauna o tira te whare o mō tātou, kei te mihi atu ki a koutou. Hoki nā mahara I au I kona te hotu kau ana mō tō koutou, whanaunga e rima he mōmō, me ki he mōmō pāpā anō, pāpara anō ki tēnei. Iti o nai tūhoina reira, kei te mihi aroha atu ki a koutou, te mana ki tō tātou hui mō te wiki. Hei konei a hau hei roia, mō nā kai kreme, te nama 2, 8, 4, koira ko te runanga o nā toa āwhina, te runanga o the Public Service Association, ko 2, 8, 5, 2, ko te runanga o nā kaimahi Māori o Aotearoa, te runanga o New Zealand Council of Trade Unions, me te hapu o Nai Tamatea, te kreme tahirima, tahi. A konei ka tai anō hoki taku hoa mahi a Miss Shand, etahi wā marunga I te ipurangi anō, nā reira, tēnā koutou.
Tēnā koe, Ms. Te Whenua. Dixon and Co.
Tēnā koe te kai whakawā koutou hoki, te rōpū whakamane te tiriti. Kei konei a hau, Kelly Dixon, Maua ko Ms. Talamai Vau, for Y381 Te Rōpū Wahine Māori toko I te ora, and Y745 Patuharaki ki te Iwi Trust Board. Ma'am, just noting that we will be joined by Ms. Chestnut on Thursday, who will be joining us here on the AVL. And we also note Dr. Tupara will be in attendance in person on Wednesday and Thursday this week. Tēnā koe.
Tēnā koe, Ms. Dixon. Ka hui legal.
Tēnā koe te kai whakawā o tira tēnā koutou te rōpū whakamana I te tiriti o Waitangi. Ki ngā kaikareme, ki ngā roia, ki te karauna, nā mihi nui ki a koutou. Taua tuku ngā mihi kua mihia I te rānei. Ko Ms. Hauraki tēnei no te tari o Kāhui Legal. Kei konei mātou ko Ms. Coates, Ms. Hauraki, Ms. Mora mō ngā kareme Y381 me Y2260. Ma'am, Council's name is Ms. Hauraki and I appear with Ms. Coates, Ms. Hauraki and Ms. Mora for Ripika Evans and Dr. Paparangi Reid on claims Y381 and Y2260. And with your leave, ma'am, our proposal to manage our appearances across these 2 hearing weeks is to tag team. So for the most part, it will be myself and Ms. Coates. But there are a couple of days where Ms. Hauraki and Ms. Mora will appear as we manage other commitments. And next week, we will be appearing in person.
Tēnā koe, Ms. Hauraki. Just wish we could tag team, but it's not the way it works for us. All right. Moving on, Wakro Panaho.
Tēnā I te kai whakawā o tira tēnā koutou katoa. Ko Bobby Walker hau, no te tari Wakro Panaho and Associates. I'm appearing today on behalf of Y1781, a claim by Tracy Hillier and the late Rita Wordsworth on behalf of Ngāi Tamahaua Hapu. Your Honour, I also wish to make note of our attendance throughout this hearing week. I will be attending from Opotiki via AVR with our claimant witness on Wednesday, and my colleague Ms. Clark will be attending the hearing in person on Thursday. And with your leave, Your Honour, I would like to exit in the next adjournment and attend via the live stream for the remainder of today and the balance of the hearing week.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. That leave is granted.
Nā koe.
Mani Hona.
Tēnā koe te kaiwhakawa o tira I te ropu whakamana I te tiriti o Waitangi, tēnā koutou katoa. Ko Miss Tolia for tōku ingoa. Anei a hau mai te tari o Mani Hona Lawyers. E whakakanohi ana a hau mō ngā kirime e ono. Wai rima waru, wai iwa whetū rua, wai tahi ono ono tahi, wai rua toru waru iwa, wai rua iwa whā rima, and wai rua iwa iwa whetū. Your Honour, with your leave as well, I also seek just to attend this hearing week on the live stream, given that we will not be playing an active part in the Rangatiratanga Pou hearings. Tēnā koe, mauri ora ki a tātou te katoa.
Tēnā koe, Ms. Tullyford. That leave is granted and noted. Annette Sykes and Co. Do we have an appearance for Annette Sykes and Co? All right, well, let's move on and we'll come back. Woodward Law.
Tēnā koe e te kai whakawa me te ropu whakamana I te tiriti o Waitangi, tēnā koutou, ko Ms. Rhodes tōku ingoa. I appear on behalf of the following claims: Y2925, Y2926, Y2927, Y2928, Y2929, Y2930, Y2956, Y3029, Y3519, and Y3526. Tēnā koe.
Tēnā. Tēnāhu Legal.
Tēnā koe te kai whakawā o tira koutou te ropu whakamana I te tiriti o Waitangi. Ko mā te ngā hau e whakakanohi ana I ngā hapu o Kereru, wai tahi iwa whāwha. Nō reira, kia ora.
Koe Ms. Martinga. Burgess Law. Moving on, Awhiaki Chambers.
Tēnā koutou, tēnā ke tai kai whikua. Ko Reka Arya Ahau, representing on behalf of Awhiaki Chambers, we got two claims, Your Honour, Y700 and Y2278. And Your Honour, Council would like to seek also permission to attend via AVL, given this week we are not representing actively, or more on observation side. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou.
Tēnā koe, Dr. Arya. Ms. Wedland.
Tēnā koe te kai whakawa, anō hoki kia koutou ngā mema o te ropu whakamana I te tiriti o Waitangi, ko Ms. Wedland Ahau. I am pairing with Mr. Lyle, who is in another fixture this week, and with your leave, Mum, if he may just duck in and out of this hearing week. Katune Maua Mō Y2676, a claim by Maurice Lant for and on behalf of all Tairāwhiti Wahine, and Y2655, the Ngai Kairau He Nannies Against P claim, and just to note, we are pairing for Y2655 alongside Miss Shreen. Ngā mihi.
Tēnā koe, Ms. Wedland. Is Miss Shreen entering an appearance?
Yes, she will be, Mum.
Okay, Ms. Shreen.
Tēnā koe te kai whakawa ko mai te Shreen Aho. I'm appearing today on behalf of Y914. That's a claim by Gilbert Kiharoa Parker, Marianne Puhana, Renee Parker, Hone Tiatoa, and Dion Parker for Waimate Taiamai. Tēnā koe, Your Honour.
Tēnā koe, Ms. Shreen. Benny and Law.
E te kai whakawa o tira e te ropu whakamana I te tiriti o Waitangi, me mihi kataka ki a koutou. ko Miss Kudret O, mai I te ropua Benyon Law, appearing this week for Y3542, a claim by Maya Morel Wood and Lucy Borrell on behalf of themselves and Wahine Māori, and those assigned female at birth who live with and experience mate kirikopu endometriosis. Ma'am, we're attending on a watching brief this week and the next, so seek your leave to participate via the live stream link. Kia ora.
Tēnā koe, Ms. Kudret. That leave is granted. Ngā tahi law. Any appearance for Ngā tahi law? Ms. Pittman.
Tēnā koe te kaiwhakawā. Hanui te mihi kia koe me te tōpū whakamane te whiti. Ki ngā mana whenua hoki, me ngā kaiwhene, me ngā kaitautoko, anei te mihi atu kia koutou katoa. Ko Pittman tōku ingoa mō Ngā tahi law. Te kai katu nei mātou mō Y87, as Edward, Y2160, the Tipene and Ngāti Muriwai, Y2244, Dagoro and Taurua whānau. Ma'am, we're participating as a keen observer in the next couple of weeks, and we should leave to do so. Tēnā koe, mauri ora.
Tēnā koe, Ms. Pittman. Te ārahi law.
Tēnā koe te kaiwhakawā, tēnā koutou te rōpū whakamana I te tiriti o Waitangi. Council is Vek Oso from Te Arahi Law, and I appeal on behalf of 8 claims. However, 2 of those claims have the evidence taken as read under this PO. A claim by Whaia Deirdre Nehua for and on behalf of the whānau, hapu and iwi of Te Tai Tokerau, Y1837. And a claim by the late Maruhaere Muri Sterling, Whaia Ruiha Sterling, the late Parehuia, Herewini Kahika, and Haro McRoy in association with the whānau, hapu and iwi of Te Whānau a Apunui and Whakatohea, Y2257. Your Honour, both claimants are attending online. Tēnā korua, Whai Dede and Whai Ruiha, if you can hear me, and kia ora koutou to the rest of our claimants also watching online. Tēnā koe, Judge.
Tēnā koe, Ms. Vaikoso. Do we have an appearance from Aramoana Law?
Tēnā koe, ma'am. Tēnā koutou me te tepu. Ko Linda Thornton Aho, Aramoana Law. I am appearing today on behalf of Y1629, Vivian Toaki, and Y1666, the late Ani Taniwha by her brother Hone Heke Taniwha. I won't be addressing the tribunal this week or cross-examining, so I wonder if I could also seek leave to attend this week and next by live stream.
That leave is granted, Ms. Thornton.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Now, there will be an appearance from Council to assist in the moment, but I'll just go back and see whether or not we have appearances by Annette Sykes and Co.
Morena, ma'am. Aroha mai, can you hear me?
Yes.
Aroha mai, tēnā koutou. Tēnā koe te kaiwhakawa o te rā koutou I te pai tapu e noho ana. Tēnā rā tātou. Ko Mr. Alamiri Nui tōpū ingoa no te umanga ture o Sykes and Co. Ko mātou ngā roia paumuri mō ngā kaikirime o Y354, Y558, Y1885, Y2494, Y2713, Y2728, Y2872 and Y2874. Ka tuku atu aku whakapāha I tai tō muri mai I apologies mama had some technical issues trying to get online. Like many others, we are in a watching brief this week, so with your leave, Mum, if we can attend to the rest of the hearing by live stream. Otherwise, that's all from me. Thank you.
Tēnā koe, Ms. Nui, that leave is granted.
Thank you.
Okay. Appearance from the Crown.
E te kaiwhakawā, tēnā koe, e te ropu whakamana I te tiriti, tēnā koutou. E ngā kai kereme, tēnā koutou, ki ngā roia mō ngā kai kereme, tēnā koutou. Ka tū Ms. Dean, mātou ko Ms. Deliani, Ms. Grierson, mō te korona I tēnei rangi. Ka tautoko ngā mihi kua mihia I tēnei rangi.
Tēnā koe, Ms. Dean, tēnā koutou. And we have an appearance. Do we have an appearance from council to assist? So that is council who will be leading the expert witnesses this week.
Hika mā tēnā tātou, tuatahi ake me mihi ka tika no hoki ki te haukanga mō tātou marae, aha ko kei tāwhiti māua, ka rongo māua I ngā kupu mihi kia koutou I tō tautoko I tēnei kaupapa, mai te timatanga o tēnei wāhanga, mai ngā kupu o te rangatira no te maunga titohia, me ngā hoa roia, kia koutou katoa e kore mutu ngā whakaro aroha kia koutou I nei wā taumaha. O tira ki te pai tapu, kei aku rangatira te ropu whakamana I te tiriti o Waitangi, ko hori ana Uan East Hope Māua ko Evie Ngāwhika, hei roia tautoko I tō taha I tēnei wiki, I te wiki ka hara mai nei. Your Honour, members of the panel, good morning. Council's name is Horiana Uan East Hope and I appear with my friend who is appearing for the first time in the tribunal, Ms. Evie Ngāwhika, as counsel to assist the tribunal, as Your Honour has noted, in relation to those expert witnesses who are presenting evidence this week and next. Your Honour, with your leave, our proposal is that Ms. Ngāwhika will appear this week via the live stream largely. We will attend via the live stream, Your Honour, via the AVL with Dr. Tione on Thursday this week to assist her, and then either myself or Ms. Ngāwhika will be in appearance in person next week, other than on Friday when we will appear via the AVL from Auckland. Sorry, Your Honour, that was quite a mouthful, but we are here and ready to assist. So thank you to the panel.
Aroha mai, te kaiwhakawā, tēnā koe. I believe our law firm's just been missed on the list. Tēnā koe, tēnā tātou te whare o manu koriki, kei te mihi ki ngā mana whenua o Ngāti Tarawa me Ngāti Hine. Kua hau te roia o te matalo. Nō reira, tēnā koutou te rōpū o whakamana o te tiriti o Waitangi. I am appearing on behalf of the claims represented. Our two claimants are in the Rangatiratanga Pou phase of the inquiry, Y1823, Y1475. Nō reira, kei te pirangi au ki te mihi ki a tātou wahine katoa, ki a tātou roia me ngā kaikireme, nā te mea ko te kaupapa, ko te whakamana o ngā wahine. Ki o mātou kuia, whaia, tuahine, tamahine, e kore mātou wari ki a koutou, nō reira, kei te mihi, tēnā tātou katoa.
Well, tēnā koe. I'll just check one last time. Do we have an appearance from Burgess Law? Okay. Right, well, thank you. Those appearances are entered. I'm just turning now to the timetable for the week. As you'll see, we have a very full timetable through to Friday. The timetable is tight and the days are quite long. So this is a reminder for counsel and witnesses. We'll need to keep to your allocated times if we're going to get through the sheer volume of evidence that we need to hear this week. So with everybody's cooperation, we will do that. Now, I just want to address the issue of potential conflicts of interest. So last week I issued a memorandum just in relation to conflict interest that we'd addressed it in the Kaupapa phase, but of course in this phase of hearing, there were directions last week setting out the approach we will take to those issues. Now, Kim Ngārimu has raised with me another issue. So Kim was seconded to the Ministry of Women's Affairs as Acting Chief Executive in May 2012 and concluded her secondment towards the end of that year. So the chapter on Te Uhu Whakatupu in Dr. Tione's report largely addresses the period from the unit's early establishment through until its formal disestablishment in 2003. And subsequent parts of the chapter touch on the time frame that Kim was acting chief executive, especially in relation to data and coverage of the statement of intent. Now, I'll just say here, we will commit this to memorandum directions, but we've just had this conversation fairly recently, so this is why I'm setting that out in full now. However, there are no substantive issues canvassed in that report that coincide with the term of her secondment. So I am signalling this as a matter of transparency. I do not consider that Kim has a conflict in relation to Chapter 5 of Dr. Tione's report. However, she will not participate in any questioning, discussion, or decision-making in relation to any matters related to Manatu Wahine during the 2012 calendar year. This is the approach that we propose to take. However, if any party wishes to file any submission in relation to this, that will need to be filed by 4 p.m. Wednesday, because Dr. Tione will be giving her evidence on Thursday. So I may ask our registry maybe to send out an email with that information in it, just so that you have it. We won't have an opportunity, I think, to issue a memorandum directions during the course of this week. So there is that issue, and of course the memorandum directions makes clear the view that I've taken in relation to the issues that have been raised by Professor Tuhiwai Smith in relation to her relationships, both professional and personal. So just two other matters I want to raise, which are really housekeeping things. We will have a report writer who will be moving around taking photographs during the course of the week. If you do not wish to have your photograph taken, please let her know. So we can ensure that everybody's happy with that process. Now, the other thing I need to just alert you to is that our venue for next week is most likely going to be changing. Yes, we have had another flooding incident in Fujitsu Tower, which has affected the wharekai on level 2. So we will probably be sitting in the James Cook, which is right next door, and there have been, I think there was the education urgency was held there. So that's just what it is. All right. Okay, so at this point I'm going to ask if there are any matters or issues that Council wishes to raise before we start with our program. All right.
Can I ask a question, Clara? Can I record my daughter giving a presentation?
Well, I will take that as a request for, usually we have media requests. It's a personal request, obviously. Do you intend to film her on your camera? Yep. Kei te pai tēnā. So whereabouts in the program is she? Second, okay. That would be fine. So maybe you could arrange to sit. I'm not quite sure where the witnesses are going to be there. Arrange to come to the front and then you can have a clear view. She can give you her best side. All right. Well, if there are no other matters, we will hear from our first witness for the week. And we are handing over to Ms. Roughton and Tamaki Legal.
Thank you, Ma'am. Kia pai rawa atu ki te Taraipuna ko Stephanie Roughton tēnei. First, before I just make some introductory remarks, just to seek your leave, Ma'am, because I've noted that Ms. Harris, who is due to speak next, is sitting in the lawyer's table, so just to seek leave for her to remain there, given that there isn't any space in the rest of the whare. Okay, thank you. So to begin our presentation today, our joint opening submissions are at appellation number 3.3.11. Those submissions were filed jointly on behalf of the 9 claims that we represent in this PO. Not all of those claims are presenting this week or next. So I just want to note that those submissions are relevant to all of those claims. And in accordance with your directions, Ma'am, the opening submissions have been taken as read. I don't intend to speak to the detail of the substantive written submissions. I just have some brief remarks to make before I hand the rako over to Ms. Acton Adams to assist Ms. Sherwin in her evidence today. And just a note in terms of our approach, what we're proposing to do is that for each of the claims to provide a short, brief introduction to the claim and the witness before they give the evidence. And we have worked out to make sure that we will remain in time. So just turning to the opening submissions, the central issue for our client's claims is the allegation of the abject failure of the Crown to recognise and protect the mana and rangatiratanga of the claimants, beginning at Te Tiriti and affecting generations and generations of Wahine Māori. And this failure to recognise and protect rangatiratanga is still occurring today. This means that the claimants are raising issues that are affecting their lives, but they're also raising issues and speaking about the impacts of the historical actions or inaction of the Crown and the effect that this historical trauma on their tupuna, and in some cases that historical trauma has impacted upon their tikanga and the understanding of the role and status of wahine within society at large and their interactions with the Crown, but also within their hapu and whānau. I just want to take a moment to reflect on some of the evidence on the papers that is helpful in considering this issue. Ms. Tienga Harris speaks in her evidence about her tupuna ru and the failure of the Crown to recognise her at Te Tiriti, and ever since in all documentation since. Ms. Harris also reflected on the leadership and direction of her tupuna Te Pōrea, who was a rangatira in her own right and who the people followed in times of peace, but especially in times of crisis. Miss April Grace has in her evidence spoken about the activism of her late mother, Charlene Walker Grace, who fought against various projects and groups, particularly in her role as kaitiaki in recent years. Miss Grace also spoke of her tupuna who fought against the legislation that would limit the political representation of Māori generally, and this has affected Wahine Māori as a result. And Ms. Susan Taylor's evidence speaks about the discrimination, racism and marginalisation that she has experienced in the health sector, and that the discriminatory conduct she has experienced at the hands of largely male bureaucrats within Te Whatu Ora continues even today. The experience and the submissions of the claimants is reflective of the submission of Ms Chestnut, Council 4381, during the first hearing week last year. Her submission is that the claim is not about isolated injustices, but the claims are about a systemic and intergenerational pattern of exclusion, of harm, and of suppression. The Crown patriarchy and the systemic exclusion has not only marginalised Wahine Māori at every level, but has done so across generations. That sentiment is carried by the claimants and speaks of the mamae that they carry, and it also speaks to the importance of this proceeding and the work of the tribunal in this inquiry. That sentiment also informs what the claimants are seeking, and I just want to refer to some of the specific things mentioned by the claimants who will be presenting today in terms of remedies. For the Y1477 claim, they're seeking the enablement of wahine to participate meaningfully in kaitiakitanga, including the shaping of outcomes and having real authority in decision-making processes. Second, the incorporation of Te Ao Māori values into Crown structures and processes, particularly in the actualisation of the work that the late Emma Gibbs-Smith did with the Environmental Protection Agency, the Ministry of Primary Industries and the Ministry of Environment to embed mātauranga into their processes. For Y1431, the closing of the gender pay gap and provisions guaranteeing positions for wahine within Crown governance structures. For Y2377, the restoration of traditional leadership roles and the cessation of Crown interference in Māori governance systems, seeking greater opportunities for wahine to fulfil their kaitiaki roles and an adequate inclusion of wahine Māori in resource management and environmental protection forums. And lastly, for 2382, the recentering of kaitiakitanga and application of relational approaches to sustainability through effective co-governance and greater support to help wahine Māori who aspire to leadership to reach those roles and to remain in those roles. Ka mātua aku te paitanga I tēnā. Unless there are any questions, I will now hand over to Ms Acton Adams to commence the presentation of the evidence for 1477. Tēnā koe.
Tēnā koe e te kaiwhakawā, o tērā tēnā koutou e te ropu whakamana o te tiriti o Waitangi. Ko Ms Acton Adams tōku ingoa, and it is my privilege to be here on behalf of the Y1477 claim in the second hearing week for the Rangatiratanga Po. Y1477 is a claim by Esme Warati Sherwin and Alex Vincent Clifford on behalf of the late Emma Gibbs-Smith and the Gibbs-Smith whānau, as members of Ngā Whānau o Waitangi, Horo Tutu me ta Putuputu o Pahi, Ngāti Kaua, Ngāti Rāhere, and Ngāre Raumati. Ms Sherwin's brief of evidence is document C34 on the record of inquiry. It sits alongside two appendices, documents C34A, brief of evidence of Emma Gibbs-Smith for Y2358, dated 23 September 2016, and C34B, a summary of Ms Sherwin's evidence. The evidence Ms Sherwin intends to present today speaks to the importance of recognising and honouring te tiriti principles of partnership and the tino rangatiratanga of Wahine Māori. Following this, Ms Sherwin will then look to some of the impacts of religious ideology on Wahine Māori. Finally, Ms Sherwin will speak to the resource management laws and policies, looking at how these have affected the exercise of kaitiakitanga of herself and her wahine whanaunga, in particular, Ms. Sherwin's late mother, Emma Gibbs Smith. Ms. Sherwin does not intend to read her full brief verbatim, but instead will speak to her prepared speaking notes. Council seeks leave to file these speaking notes with the tribunal following the hearing. The witness, Ms. Esme Sherwin. Your Honour, I seek leave to sit down. Tēnā koe, Ms. Sherwin. Could you please take a moment to introduce yourself to the tribunal?
Kia ora. My name is Esme Sherwin, and like my lawyer said, I'm speaking on behalf of my mother and our hapu. I will just give my pepeha quickly. Ko Pauerua te maunga, ko Waitangi te awa, ko Ngā Takimata Whairua te waka, ko Ngāti Rahiri rau ko Ngāti Kawa o Kuhapu, ko Te Ti o Waitangi Marae, ko Esme Sherwin taku ingoa.
Thank you, Ms. Sherwin. And do you have a brief of evidence in front of you dated 12 February 2026?
Yes, I do.
And do you also have the two appendices to your brief of evidence in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, Ms. Sherwin. And are your brief of evidence and corresponding appendices true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, they are.
Thank you, Ms. Sherwin. Could you please commence your kōrero?
Thank you, Liza. From my experiences and lived reality, Te Kākahu o Te Reti, which is the cloak of protection and cover between Māori and the Crown, has never actually been recognised or practised. Despite the rhetoric, Māori, especially Wahine Māori, have been excluded and have had to fight tooth and nail to participate in any decision-making processes. My view was it's unlikely I would ever see a genuine application of this Te Reti principle in my lifetime unless fundamental changes were made. Our current government's Westminster model is deficient. It is not inclusive of Māori, and under this system we are a minority. Without significant change, the realisation of tino rangatiratanga or a partnership remain a lofty ideal. My experience within the environmental space is that promises of partnership remain unfulfilled. The actions of the Crown and their representatives do not reflect the treaty principles, and Wahine Māori are consistently sidelined. Our tino rangatiratanga rights are being ignored, and the gap between theory and practice is glaring. Until Māori are genuinely recognised as holding real authority, there is no partnership. I have little faith in the Crown endorsing or upholding a model of co-governance. Tino rangatira is complete sovereignty, and co-governance is both parties holding their own, supporting each other's obligations for the people jointly and separately. The Crown has failed Wahine Māori. We are not recognised as our own entity or as mana wahine. I believe this is due to the doctrine that has infiltrated our schools, churches and communities. Women and children were considered chattels in English society, and that the white way was the right way. The capabilities of Wahine Māori and our tamariki were ignored. Te ao Māori recognised balance. Women and their kōrero, knowledge and input affecting hapu and whānau and our taiao was invaluable. Because the English enforced their doctrine on tangata whenua, it has negatively affected not just Māori wahine, but the whole way of life and being. This is obvious trait of the English colonised lands. They have ignored the rights of all women and children. Failure to recognise the mana of wahine undermines the birthright of mana wahine, and this has affected tangata whenua from the beginning of colonisation to this day. Mana wahine are inherent and holistic. My belief is that the Crown is still dictated by the old boy club mentality, The result, mana wahine are being undermined. I was brought up in a te ao Māori and Anglican home. Religion can be manipulative and condescending. This is detrimental to tikanga and kawa, the authority and the authority of wahine. The Tohunga Suppression Act at 1907 restricted the expression of tikanga. This has affected my tohunga line that I descend from. Religion tried to disestablish te ao Māori, and those actions have affected Māori in a negative way. Because our spiritualism, we were targeted as revenue fodder and labour for the church. That became a direct takahi against wahine, whakapapa, and hindered our ability for kaitakitanga and manakitanga of our tangata whenua. Wahine Māori believe we are a part of the environment. We whakapapa to the whenua, the mona, and everything in, on, above and under it. My mana wahine have stood for many generations protecting te taiao. I consider it my birthright and obligation to continue that practice of protecting my rohi and tangata whenua. It's important for wahine Māori to participate in kaitiakitanga. As women who have been hounded down the knowledge and the values of our old people, we fight so hard to be heard, a right which is supported by tiriti. An example of kaitiakitanga is rāhui. I, my mother and tupuna whāia all participated and implemented rāhui. We understand why and how to protect our whānau, preserve food sources and te taiao. A few months ago, we set a rāhui on the Waitangi River from Haruru Falls to the Outer Ipipiri. This was an action to protect our hapu and others from eating sewage, contaminated seafood and swimming in affected waters. This is a regular occurrence. It has been ongoing for decades. Our taumata was contacted and the hapuhui was called. The consultation with kuia, kaumatua and haukainga, the rāhui was declared. When advertising our rāhui, there was a lot of racist feedback. People didn't understand or they felt that they were being forced Māori ideology. Doctrine has made people ignorant and undervalue Māori input. I took it on a mission to educate our communities about rāhui, why, what, and its importance. The feedback was tremendous. People of all colours and ethnicities and ages sharing, caring and enlightening each other. The Māori turned from ugly and nasty to beautiful and educational. That post had 80,000 views. To set rāhui, you must understand tikanga and rally the troops, educating about what to look out for, who to contact and how the process works, so they understand the system. Sharing is caring and pānui is our first step to ensuring everybody is involved and safe. This is what mana wahine is. Our role is kaitiaki, to weigh the options, act, nurture and protect the people. The failure to respect and uphold kaitiakitanga is a dent in the promise of Article 2. What is the promise of Rangatiratanga without kaitiakitanga? Article 2 promises Māori can self-govern. This means responsibility and absolute authority. We're rooted in tikanga and emphasise status. We did not cede our sovereignty. Where is our authority to control? This did not happen for Māori or mana wahine. My mother, Emma Gibbs Smith, played an essential role. She was a strong advocate for te taiao and Māori rights. It was her birthright. I was blessed to be able to support her in this role. My mother talked of the limitations of the Resource Management Act 1991. The RMA diminished the voice of Māori and our ability to kaitiakitanga. It allowed internal government to dictate outcomes, causing detrimental effects on tangata whenua. The Crown's presumption of control over the land and sea by delegating these responsibilities to the Far North District Council and Northland Regional Council has proven that without Māori inclusivity, it can be detrimental to all. My mother was often frustrated at the lack of clarity and transparency from the Far North District Council. Resource consent processes and the unwillingness to consult with Māori, particularly Wahine Māori. I have witnessed the Crown and their agency delegates diminish the authority of Wahine. Ignoring or opposing our input, they make it difficult for us to participate. I have included my mother's Y2358 National Freshwater and Geothermal Resources brief. There are multiple examples of my mother and hapu being constantly excluded and undermined within the RMA process. Her requests for consultation and information were often ignored. Local government constantly refused to recognise her hapu mandated position. These actions disrespect tangata whenua and my mother as a mana wahine, demonstrating a clear breach of contract by removing our right to exercise tino rangatiratanga in respect to Aotearoa under Tiriti. The Foreshore and Seabed Act 2004, which was the founder of the Marine and Coastal Act 2011. The Maka Act said that the hapu have to go to High Court to prove mana whenua mana mona, even though we as ahika have never renounced our authority. The idea that we have to go to High Court to have our mana whenua and mana mona rights recognised as ahika is just ridiculous. Since my mother's passing in 2019, I have participated in some of her environmental work. I've actively networked within Te Taiao, sharing pānui and consent issues concerning meka, takutai mona, sewerage, geothermal, freshwater, aquifers, wetlands, significant natural areas, land occupations and wahitapu sites. I have also had to deal with the same entities and blockades that my mother had. In fact, I've even carried on a few of her battles. I have ensured our people have access and understand what's happening. We hold hui not just with our own hapu, Ngāti Kawa, Ngāti Rahiri, but surrounding hapu and even other iwi and their hapu who are being exploited in the name of progressing our local councils and big businesses' aspirations. Here are some of our tikanga and mana wahine rights being breached by the Crown in relation to tino rangatiratanga over our lands and resources that my whānau and I am actively involved in. In 2006, Far North Holdings, who are the financial arm of the Far North District Council, declared that a construction of the seawall in Paihia was to commence. At the outset of this project, my mother strongly opposed the seawall construction and fought it in environmental court for years. There was extreme pushback from Far North Holdings and their steering group. They tried to make the Paihia community believe their project would protect the waterfront of Paihia. My mother and whānau knew better. The idea was shelved due to money issues. In 2020, after my mother passed, I was shocked to see her name used in the New Zealand Herald article supporting the seawall proposal. It took a further 2 years to stop that seawall again, which was accomplished through getting the community involved and building a strong network of locals, people power. We accessed the consent paperwork and explained exactly what was being requested. Construction of the seawall was to lead to a super berth marina. Once people understood the development would lock them out of the waterfront, community support went from being 95% for the seawall to 95% against the seawall. Ironically, I am aware that Shane Jones, as Regional Development Minister, was reported in the New Zealand Herald and the Northern Advocate in 2024 as saying the seawall development was back on. Again, we had not been consulted. While my mum was a resource consent consultant, she found that within the resource management application system, it did not allow for meaningful engagement to be had between the Far North District Council and tangata whenua. This played out in a failure to recognise tiriti, lack of notification, lack of inclusion in decision-making, and lack of proper consultation. These were the challenges my mother faced as mana wahine in that role. It has not stopped, and I faced similar issues when I was on the steering committee designed to woo the community into not just accepting the seawall proposal, but to also fund a portion of the costs. Pakiri sand was going to be used to build a beach at Paihia that would need restocking yearly. How could we allow the rape of our mona? We refused to desecrate our own. So we supported Pakiri, a small coastal village just north of Auckland, with one of the most beautiful surf beaches in the world. We invited Olivia Haddon and her entourage to our hui with Whānau Holdings. Olivia, her mother Charlie, and cousin Star are the family of the late great Lally Haddon, a strong environmental advocate for Ngāti Wai and Ngāti Manuhiri. Lally had fought for decades against the mining of their seabed for sand. They themselves were battling with the consent process of the Auckland Regional and Auckland City Council. They have now succeeded. We rallied our people, Ngāti Kawa, Ngāti Rahiri, invited Bay Bush Action and other concerned community members to come support Te Tio Waitangi Marae and the Hapu Stop That Seawall. Whānau Holdings and their band of professionals presented their proposal yet again, this time with more lies than before. The constant denial, the intimidation, the retribution, all stopped that night. We stood our ground. We did not go to court. We stood together strong. This is what our people can achieve when mana wahine guide us under the cloak of te ao Māori. I believe the RMA does not provide enough compulsion to properly consult with Māori. It allows a tick box mentality that removes our mana whenua and mana mona rights. The RMA assumes authority over resources that are still owned and controlled by our hapu under tiriti. Therefore, the idea that we as kaitiakitanga or kaitiaki lose the ability under the RMA to protect our resources as we see fit in the way that our elders saw fit just doesn't fit. The condescending presumption of those in authority needs to stop. It is my hope that these working within the RMA processes become open and transparent with their dealings with tangata whenua, solution-focused in a way that would benefit all people and te taiao. In this way, I genuinely believe that the incorporation of te ao Māori values into the government structure is essential. We are lucky now to be more supported by the Far North District Council community representatives. Some have become very proactive, sharing pānui and providing an avenue for a better service from our Far North District Council and Northern Regional Council. And I would like to acknowledge our current Far North District Council Mayor, Moko Tapania, for his inclusion of te ao Māori values. My mum worked hard to have mātauranga values incorporated into the Environmental Protection Agency, Ministry of Environment and Ministry of Primary Industries. In 2020, the Environmental Protection Agency committed a multi-year mātauranga work program that focused on ways of weaving mātauranga and Indigenous knowledge into its decision-making processes. This is one of the taonga that has been passed down from my mum for the future, and I would like to see her formally recognised. Thank you. Do I sit down now?
Thank you, Ms. Sherwin, for your kōrero. I now turn to the panel for any questions and then the Crown.
Thank you. I'm going to start on my right. Robin, do you want to have you got any questions?
Tēnā koe, Ms. Sherwin. And I'd just like to say hello to the Haukaianga and also just comment on this absolutely lovely whare. It's beautiful. And how delighted I am to be back in your land again. It holds a very special place in my heart. Great privilege to have been involved in the Tauraki hearings. So thank you. You know, I knew your mother. She was a staunch advocate and, you know, a very strong wahine toa. I just, you started to talk about the incorporation of Māori values into government structure structures and gave us a little bit of an example with the district council. Do you want to expand on those ideas and on the place of wahine within your vision, if you like, of how you see it operating, what you would like to see?
I would like to see, actually I am starting to see it, and this is why I actually mentioned it about moko te pāngia ao mea. Incorporating our te ao Māori into our councils at the moment in a time that is dangerous for Māori was a big step. The fact that he's actually willing to bring us to the table, to make us inclusive with our te ao Māori values is the balance. And this is why I feel this is going to be a huge avenue for wahine Māori and mana wahine to actually be heard respectfully, without indignation and retaliation. So that's sort of where my feelings are about this, is that with this starting to happen now, you know, it's an opportunity for us to step up, and it's also an opportunity for us to support this kaupapa going forward, like it goes. Our mayor has had death threats because of his stand to incorporate Māori into the council and some of our ideals and some of our, you know, some of our processes. So maybe we just need some wahine singing to lighten that riri a bit. I don't know, something like that. I can't really say, I'm not the professional to be able to answer that, but in my heart I feel that it'll allow wahine to be involved more as well.
So is it embedded in the structure, or are you still reliant on the goodwill of particular personalities having some authority?
I'm assuming that at the moment we're reliant, but I'm hoping that maybe not. He's just done a huge roadshow introducing some of our te ao Māori principles, and the backlash was huge, but there was also a lot of support from the outer community, because like it goes, when you're a Pākehā family and you've lived alongside us for, you know, decades, you're not really that foreign Englishman anymore. You know, you become the whanaunga. And there's a lot of whanaunga out there that actually aren't being heard. This radical, you Maoris stay down here, that's actually not as prevalent as it's made out to be. There's a lot of whānau out there that actually want to stand next to Māori. So, you know, if we support him and actually allow those other whanaunga to speak and to be heard as well, you know, maybe we will step forward into a more balanced society of incorporating te ao Māori.
All right, well, let's hope so on that optimistic note. Thank you for coming and talking to us today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tēnā koe, Ms. Sherwin. I firstly want to echo Robin. It's such a privilege to be here with you. Look, I'd just like to pick up on just where you left off with Robin, because it goes to one of the things I actually wanted to ask you to talk a bit more about, and that's in your brief of evidence you talk about, particularly when you placed the rāhui, initially having a lot of support from the community and from local government, and then the backlash, and then you go on to talk about, you know, having difficulties with council, and then you've ended up in this, but actually things are becoming a bit more optimistic. And so I was wondering if you can just sort of talk about what to your mind, are the things that have changed that overall tone to be on a more optimistic note?
Personally, the inclusion of some of our values into our council processes, the racism that we face daily, or white privilege we face, isn't as popular as it was. And people are starting to stand up and say enough's enough. We've actually gone through some pretty serious retribution from white New Zealand up here because of our council stand, and it's taken the people to stand together and support our council. I'm all about having a fight, but I'm also about giving kudos to where there's been a remedy. Sometimes we want to rumble so much we don't actually see the good things that happen around us. So that's why this is actually in my brief, is because it shows that the times are changing, and that as we are becoming more inclusive, it is getting better for a lot of people, and a lot, like everywhere, it is changing. We're not so on the outside anymore. I hope that it does become legislation to include us or something like that. But I'm not going to count my chickens before they're hatched. I'll just praise that little bit of remedy that's happened and wish it well and put some good mauri into it.
So just on that note that you make about legislation, so you seem to have had quite some difficulties under the Resource Management Act. What I wanted to ask you is, are you aware of the changes that are coming soon with respect to the Resource Management Act, which is the proposals are to replace it with a Natural Environment Act and a Planning Act? Have you been a part of that?
I don't tautoko those new changes.
Okay, can you talk to us a bit about that?
I'm not an expert on them.
That's okay.
But I have noticed, or I feel that like it goes, this is like a final push to keep us out. So even though here's a crumb here, but we'll just take the rest of the loaf of the bread away from you, sort of thing. And that's what I'm feeling that some of these new legislations are about, is actually removing more of our rights, even though it comes across as looking like, oh, you know, we're going to accept yous. I don't feel that it is.
Do you have the opportunity to submit on that during the public processes?
Do you mean with
on the draft bills on the planning bill and the
I did put in a submission against it. Sort of.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Kia ora, Ms. Sherwin. I've just got a couple of questions just arising from your brief. So I'm looking first at paragraph 11 of your brief, near the beginning, and you talk about the enactment of the Tohunga Suppression Act, and you say that that restricted the expression of tikanga and affected the tohunga line in your whānau. So my question to you is, what was the tohunga practice in your whānau, and how was that affected by that legislation?
So I come from Te Kemera whānau. Te Kemera has wide ties to a lot of places, Ngāti everywhere. For us, we were specific ahi ka for Waitangi. The Te Rangi Cross family is my family. Our wahine were really strong, really, really strong. We were the bone protectors, we were the kehua killers, we did a lot of mahi. And that was kind of shunned because it was considered witchery. And it wasn't acknowledged for it wasn't actually acknowledged for the worth that it was. And I'll go right back to colonisation again. The fact that our wahine or our mana wahine lost their rights to protect their lands. They had to go to a man to do it. And this is when you look at a lot of our families, this is when we got the takahi. The woman will always keep it straight. The man, well, he lets this lead him around sometimes, eh? And that is dangerous for us, and it has been dangerous for us. For me, like I said, we had lands taken, the men were put involved, the men didn't actually have the kaha to stand by the land for the people, and I'll take that on as maybe that's what my tūpuna did. Some of them I'm very proud of them, some of them I'm not so much. But as for my wahine, I'm very proud. We were the strongest. There's actually a whakatauki that Te Kemera said, and aroha mai any cousins in here, if you can hear me now. He actually said that his male lines would lead to no worth, and that it would be the wahine that carried the mantle for the people. And he's right. We are, and we always have been, but not on the surface, in the underlying waves of the water, you might say. So aroha mai, yeah, to me that's actually quite a hardy thing. You know, we live with a lot of abusiveness in our families. We take it out on ourselves with drug and alcohol. As wahine, we're affected worse because we basically have to stay home and be quiet and just take a lot of punishment. We need to come forward. We need to be put forward again. We need to have that old boys mentality put down, and we need to be more balanced. We need te ao Māori in our lives and to have it all everywhere, and actually invite the Pākehā to come in and participate with us as well, so that they know how beautiful Māori really are, instead of the punished people that we are at the moment, and that portrayal to the world.
Well, I suppose my second question leads on from what I just asked you, and that is, I think it's in paragraph 15 of your brief. You talk about the practice of rāhui and the role of the wahine in your family around rāhui. Can you just talk a little bit more about that? Is that a particular role for wahine in your whānau? What is the context?
I think that is a particular role for all wahine, because like it goes, we're inclusive of everybody. Balance is our kuia, our kaumātua, our haukainga, our taumata. Everybody is inclusive, but sometimes you need that strong wahine in the kitchen just to go, hey, tai hoa a bit, bro, listen to all of the kōrero, not just the one. To me, in the way of those rāhui and the ones that have been out there, stopping the people, picking the contaminated kaimono or whatever, yeah, it's always wahine. We're very blessed if we have a young whānau tāne that will actually participate with that with us. A lot of the time it's just wahine. Could be because our men are at work, hopefully, but I don't know. I think women are just better at multitasking. We're better at networking, and we're better at bringing everybody together in a productive way. Kia ora.
Tēnā koe te uri o te Kemara. Tēnā koe me te mau mai tō whaia a ema ki roto I te whare I te rangi nei. I just have a short question. It was really around the rāhui with Haruru Falls, the Haruru, an exclusion of Ngāti Kawa and Ngāti Rahiri from that. Do you believe that that was to do with Wahine taking a lead, or were there other hapu who then took a role with that as opposed to Ngāti Kawa and Ngāti Rahiri?
I would say Wahine have been leading that for a long time. So my mum had been fighting the sewage issues of the Bay of Islands for 30 years, 40 years. And there's a young tāne in our audience right here who stepped up in that role. And like it goes, it's a constant problem we have. Our sewage infrastructure is substandard. And so it only takes the smallest of rains. Our council actually does purge into the Bay of Islands and Kerikeri. So our boundary, which is Wharau Road on the Kirikiri side, is on the other side of our endowment where our sewage ponds are. They are constantly having problems and having to purge out. So in the way of me saying the Wahine have led on that, yes, we have.
Is it just
we have been very proactive.
Is it just Ngāti Kawa and Ngāti Rahiri that are excluded and other hapu do have a say?
Well, no. The reason being is, so in Waitangi, our Waitangi is a tauranga for many hapu. And that's why us as kaiteaki and mana whenua, it is our job to maintain that those strict rules. Keep it clean for all our people. And this is why I'm saying we're not actually being allowed the opportunity to kaiteakitanga, not just for ourselves, but for our wider community. You know, Ngāti Hine has been coming to our tauranga forever to collect the moana. That is the privilege of being Ngāti Rahiri, Ngāti Kawa, is the fact that our waterways are there. They're at the head of the river. We have to be there for our other hapu, not just ourselves. And it's important that, you know, I make Ngāti Hine aware all the time. I'm a Facebook freak. I pānui out constantly, and that's why I take a lot of racial attack. I don't care. Because it's them that are going to be in the wharepaku when they've eaten that kaimona as well. And this is why a lot of Pākehā have changed their attitudes. They are starting to listen to the wahine down the road, because they know when it comes to the marae, it's usually the wahine in the kitchen is the one you're going to get the real facts from. You know, I love my taumata and I love my front of house. Maybe being Waitangi, because we cater to the whole nation constantly, our hapu is put down. We are put behind. We do take a back step to the nation, to everyone else. But in our kitchen, not our wahine. And our wahine will be the first one to go, hey, you fella, come in here. See this pot? Pick it up. It's heavy. So we are a lot about balance in Waitangi. So kapai, yeah. I hope that answered your question.
Tēnā koe, Ms. Sherman. I too had sort of marked the paragraph around Rahui, but for a different purpose to, I think, what everyone else has said. And that's, I think, the intergenerational kōrero you've given, particularly about your mum and then to you. And so my question, because I think your statement is in paragraph 15, an example of a rauhi that I placed was about 3 or 4 months ago.
Yeah.
So my question is, was that a practice your mum taught you, or was that a practice you had to succeed to, if you like, to continue her work? Was it just something, you know, you're socialised into?
Te ao Māori is inherent. My mother did her job well. My birthright dictates that I can't just turn on her mahi and just ignore it. So I do feel that I'm privileged to actually carry on some of her work. If she wasn't there doing it, I'd still be doing it. You know, I remember when we could go to the pipi bed and everybody got a kai, and there was pipi everywhere, there was mussels, everything you wanted was there. We have nothing now. We have a minimal little pipi patch at the front of our marae, and that's only because the Pākehā are too scared to shed in that water, because they know some Maori are going to run rolling out with a stick. And that's what we actually need, a bit more Māori with stick. But you know, you don't actually need a tānia with a stick. A wahine has a stick too, and our tongue tends to do just as much damage, if not good, as a warrior with a stick. We can get the message across. We shouldn't be shy to stand up for our people, wahine. We shouldn't feel that we're going to get told, oh, back off, even from your own. Because don't forget, our men have been polluted too. We shouldn't be dictated by the past anymore. The past is gone. We should be learning from the past, not carrying on those takes. Kia ora, guys. Sorry, I'm getting all fucking preachy now.
Oh, tēnā koe. Just one more question. Your brief gives a number of examples when you're speaking about your mother, but also I think of yourself of being dismissed, diminished, ignored, shut out of, discussions even when you had or when your mum was representing the hapu officially. So I guess the impact of that on you and the fact you still choose to do this mahi that you do, to continue it, that's you. I can see in you a strength. But the question, I think, is the impact of that systemically on other women in your whānau.
Yeah.
You know, what has it done to them?
The women of my hapu clean the toilets, they wash the dishes, they vacuum the floors of all the businesses in Paia. That's the place they were put. That's not the place they deserve to be. No matter what your job, I was brought up to be a soldier, no matter what your job was, whether it was clean the toilets, wash the dishes. Thank God I was flat, I didn't have to sing. You do it to your best, you put a good mauri into it, eh? Because that's how you prove who you are. No matter what the outside world looks at you and puts you in a box, you do your best. I think that's the only way I can answer that. Sorry. Is that all right?
Yeah, no, that's cool. Thank you very much. I've got no further questions.
Bye. Thank you. Oh, ka pai. You know, because I'm talking about te ao Māori, we better do this properly. So here's my little waiata to finish me off and to carry on the rest of the day. All well, everybody? Oh, sorry, do we?
It's my mistake. The Crown has an opportunity now to ask you some questions as well. Ngā mihi.
Tēnā koe, Ms. Sherwin. Is this working? Sorry. Tēnā koe, Ms. Sherwin.
Tēnā koe.
My name is Ms. Dilijanis. First of all, I'd like to thank you for your evidence, and I would like to acknowledge your late mother, Emma Gibbs Smith. She sounds like a wonderful woman. I'd also like to acknowledge the evidence that you've given and for being very vulnerable and very positive. So I'd like to acknowledge that. I just have a couple of questions for you, if I may.
Yep.
Firstly, just confirming that your evidence is based on your experienced and lived reality.
Yep.
Yes?
Yes.
And if I could also touch on the Waitangi Rahui, can you clarify that you had support from the local authorities when this process was ongoing?
Yes, I can. So our septic systems in the Bay of Islands are defunct. They're 30 years past their date. It is normal, as soon as Waitangi Day or any busy time comes, we automatically have a backlash of septic. The septic runs through our streets, it runs into our river, and it overflows our sewage ponds. When I'm saying that we deal with this regularly, in a year we may have up to 4 or 5 sewage spills, which takes out our rivers. Like it goes, everything runs to the river. And that's not including the times they actually purge into the river. I have connections with the council that I've developed over the years of doing this mahi. We have people in our community that also, i.e. so we get out there, we do the RFSs, we follow them up. We were really privileged to have some amazing community representatives on the Far North Council that actually come in and tautoko us and support those RFSs to get them through. In the way of community support, there is a lot. You've got to realise we're a tourism town. Our whole town revolves around looking good, smelling good, being good. So usually if we rattle the cage enough, yeah, there's support. There's always support there. We do also, like it goes, I educate everyone in using the RFSs as well. So when there is sewage spills, whatever, you know, it is, everyone knows now, get in there, do your report, take your number. If there's no action within the next few couple of days, do it again. And they take it seriously now. So I would say we're really lovely. We have the lovely Kelly Stratford, who for years supported the people and actually came through for us quite a few times in the way of getting stuff done. So yeah, I'm grateful. I know that, like it goes, it's because our septic system is so defunct that this is a continuous problem. The only way that the council is actually, I assume, neglectful at the moment is just the fact that they don't have enough money or the funds that are needed to remedy this, they just don't have enough of. But that's why it's up to us to be vigilant and carry on.
Thank you. In your evidence, you've talked about your late mother, Emma Gibbs-Smith, and you state that she gave evidence in the Y2358 National Freshwater and Geothermal Resources Inquiry in 2016. Yep. The tribunal would have, in that inquiry, considered issues similar to some of the evidence that you've given here today.
Yeah.
So the specific question I want to ask about that is, what is it specifically that you would like this tribunal to consider in respect of this inquiry about Mana Wahine?
I would like them to just recognise and record this evidence for the future so that when our pepe in 50 or 100 years' time go, what did you do? Did you just let them roll over you? We can actually say, no, we tried. We really, really tried. And we still tried. Look, don't make me cry now. Because like it goes, this is inherent. Wahine is going to cry. We cry about it. Our men won't. And we need to be heard. We need to, you know, we're not actually heard very much. Because like I said, this is old boys club. White way is the right way. If you're not a man, we're not going to listen. If you're a wahine, you're shunted to the back, you'll run around the table. We need to be taken seriously, you know, and that's what I would like. I don't know, maybe my evidence recorded. I know that it was recorded when my mum did it, but the problems obviously haven't stopped, so I just want to emphasise that it's still happening. Kia ora.
And I've just got one more question, if I may. The specific examples in respect of the Paihia seawall, they involve local council and they concern council processes. Is that correct?
Yes.
So it doesn't involve Crown processes as such, does it?
Some of those men on those councils should have been charged. There was no justice served. Conflicts of interest, breaches of confidentiality were rife throughout the whole thing. And this, like it goes, because of legislation, because of this, how the Crown or how it puts it out, you know, change your name, change the name of your company, leave that company to go to this company, you know, be the person who puts in the consent and then become the person who actually tautokos the consent. This is the sort of things that happened and is still happening. So I think what it should be, and it should have been quite easy to pick up when my mum was doing this, that there should have actually been something law-wise done about this towards these men who tuckaheed all over my mother, and I got the privilege of being tuckaheed all over too. Fighting, being told there's no such thing. I've got the consent in my hand. There's no such thing. And the man who's telling me, oh, I'm the one that monitors and does the consents, and his name is on the consent. He's the one going for the consent. That is breaking the law. Where is our crown? Where are our laws to actually stop them? If this was a Māori, what would happen to us? We'd be in jail. And yet they are allowed to go out there and do this all the time. Nothing is done for them. That's their old boy mentality protecting them. And enough's enough. It's going to change. It's going to change, whānau. Sorry, I'm not growling.
I'm not sure that sort of gave a response to the question you're asking.
I don't think it was. Yeah, sorry.
And I'm not sure whether you're going to get a response.
No, that's fine. Thank you. Sorry, and once again, thank you very much for your evidence. We appreciate
thank
it
you.
and acknowledge it. Sorry, thank you. No further questions.
Wow.
So this me? Okay,
Ko
sorry
nāi
guys.
nei te motu.
Thank you. I just would like to apologise. I do get really hearty. And because, like it goes, that's what happens when you read all the paperwork, eh? Oh, where? So I'm gonna chill it all out, and I'm gonna give my waiata. E hara I te mea no nānei te aroa, no nā tūpuna toku i o. Kia ora. Thank you.
Now, just before we start with our next witness, I was just aware while that evidence was being given that there was some other filming happening, and whereas we had a request come in relation to this witness, I didn't have a request in relation to other filming inside the whare during this hearing. So please, no filming unless the tribunal, says that's okay. Kia ora. And sorry, me again. I've just noticed also we are running already slightly behind time. We are due to break for wātena at 1 p.m. I don't want to be holding the kitchen up this early in the hearing week, so I'm leaving you to be managing our time. If we need to finish one piece before lunch and then finish after lunch, we'll just have to do that.
Mum, just as it might be of assistance, I've just spoken to Lee and they are able to stay over lunch, and I say that because if we are running a little bit behind, Miss Walker this afternoon has indicated that she just wants her evidence to be taken as read.
Right.
So there might be some time a reduction of time there.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Tēnā koe te kaiwhakawā, o te rā tēnā koutou e te ropu whakamana o te tiriti o Waitangi. Ko Ms. Alice tōku ingoa, and it is my privilege to appear for the Y1531 claim on behalf of the Harris whānau. At the outset, I note that the brief of evidence of the co-claimant Ms. Te Anga Harris has been filed and is to be taken as read. Ms. Te Anga Harris's brief of evidence is document C32 on the record of inquiry, along with a summary of her brief of evidence, which is document C32A. In brief, Ms. Te Anga Harris's evidence navigates the whakapapa of Wahine Rangatira within the Harris whānau and outlines the pre-colonial status, authority, and roles of Wahine Māori under tikanga. It then addresses the impacts of colonisation, including the disruption of tikanga, imposition of patriarchal structures, and the consequent erosion of the mana and Rangatiratanga of Wahine Māori, particularly in relation to whenua and kaitiakitanga. It further speaks to Ms. Harris's ongoing exercise of kaitiakitanga, grounded in whakapapa, ahika, and tikanga, and the practical challenges she has faced in sustaining those responsibilities within contemporary legal and regulatory frameworks. Turning then to Ms. Lee Harris, co-claimant for the Y1531 claim. Ms. Lee Harris's brief of evidence is document C33 on the record of inquiry, along with the summary of her brief of evidence, which is document C33A. Ms. Harris is here to give evidence as to her lived experience as a Wahine Māori, together with her long-standing involvement in Kaupapa Māori and treaty processes. Her evidence addresses the systematic marginalisation of Wahine Māori within Crown processes, particularly in respect of leadership and decision-making, and the resulting constraints on the exercise of tino rangatiratanga. I note that in the interest of time, Ms. Harris does not intend to read her full brief verbatim, but instead to turn focus to particular aspects of it. She will, however, read paragraphs 1 through 4 in full. Unless the tribunal has any preliminary queries, I will now address and hand over to the witness, Ms. Lee Harris. Your Honour, I also seek leave to be seated as I address the witness, if that's okay. Ngā mihi.
Kia ora, Miss Ellis. E te kaiwhakawā tēnā koe. E te Waitangi Tribunal whakamana i te triti, tēnā koutou. E te haukainga, tēnā koutou. E ngā Rangatiratanga, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. My name is Lee Harris, and I'm a co-claimant for the 1531 claim. I live in Tamaki Makaurau. I was born in Auckland and raised in Otara by my grandparents, Joseph Ward Harris from Hokianga and Marita Tuaine from Ngāti Raukawa, Raitihi. I've been involved in the Te Paparahi o Te Raki inquiry since 2009, and during that time, I was the secretary for the Hokianga o ngā hapu whānau tai whenua, who was primarily responsible for the Hokianga group of Ngāpuhi Wai claimants. I gave evidence when the Y1531 claim was finally heard in 2016. Today, the Y1531 claim is participating in a number of the kaupapa inquiries, including this one, the Mana Wahine inquiry. My first brief of evidence in this inquiry was filed and presented within the tuapapa phase in support of the claim brought by Hinerangi Kupa-Puru on behalf of the whānau, hapu and iwi of Te Taitokerau Y2933. In this brief of evidence, I will share my experience as a Wahine Māori and my observations on how Wahine Māori are treated by the Crown regarding leadership and our ability to exercise rangatiratanga. And just before I go on, I just want to make a quick note that in point 5, there's a bit of a misprint. In the second sentence, I just want to correct that. It says that, excuse me, they say women hold up half to the sky. I want to correct that. It should read, they say that women hold up half the sky. Women hold up half the sky. Hold up half the sky. Kia ora.
Tēnā koe, Ms. Harris. Just for the record, can I just confirm that you have your brief of evidence in front of you, dated 12 February 2026?
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Harris. And is your brief of evidence true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Harris. Now, in paragraphs 6 through 8 of your brief of evidence, you speak to the influence of patriarchal values on our society. Can you explain how that has affected the status of Wahine Māori in your view?
Yes, greatly so. With the introduction of colonisation, brought a patriarchal society, which essentially removed women from the decision-making table and placed us at the head of the children's table. And that's, we were seen as chattels of the marriage, and at that time, children were largely seen and not heard, which was the space we were relegated to. So, yeah, it has had a huge impact on everything ever since moving forward.
Thank you, Ms. Harris. In paragraphs 9 through 12 of your brief, you discuss your maternal grandmother being placed under the Mental Health Act and members of your whānau subsequently being placed into state care. Can you explain the impact those experiences have had on your whānau, both at the time and across later generations?
Yeah, sure. Unbeknown to me, my grandmother had suffered a mental breakdown as I was growing up. I was brought up by my grandparents. So, yeah, it's you learn over time that, oh, there's something not quite right. Being placed under the Mental Health Act, my grandmother's rights, she was essentially reduced to the rights of a minor with little to no say in her own affairs, of that of her children, of her whenua, of anything. So yes, she was stripped of her mana and having to live without her 8 children that were never given back to her before she left the earth. So yeah, that takahi was ongoing, and just like the butterfly effect, yeah, that small point in time has had a massive effect across the landscape of my whānau, and we are still dealing with the outcomes of that today. I can only imagine the helplessness of that my grandmother was forced upon her when her children as state wards would run away repeatedly, and their only wish was to get home to their parents. How disempowered are you when your children are running and are trying to talk to you about their abuse, and you're absolutely powerless to do anything about it? In fact, because of your respect for authority, you're actually under stress to return your children back to the system in which they're telling you are abusing them. Now, when they return back, they're abused further and being accused of being liars. This has huge ramifications for both my grandmother and for the generation and for the rest of us too that deal with these broken children that have essentially been treated and given terrible examples of parenting. What sort of parents do you think these children later went on to become? So yeah, it's had a massive effect, and we're still feeling it today. That was disempowered for her children. When it came to her whenua, a lot of the lands were incorporated, so they're in big blocks which we don't have access to. I understand the 4 siblings were given 1 acre each. Now, my grandmother had a whanaunga come and ask her to sign her 1 acre to her, which she did. Now, we as a whānau, are completely alienated from my grandmother's lands in Rangatiratanga. Ironically, our whānau, where our pā was handed over, and Raitihi Marae stands on our whānau land today. So at one point we obviously had excess amount of land for our whānau to gift back to the hapu, and ironically that whānau today we are alienated from my grandmother's land because the 1 acre that was afforded to her in her name outright, which under the Mental Health Act she should have been protected, they failed to protect her, and now we are completely alienated from her lands in the south. Kia ora.
Thank you, Ms. Harris. In paragraphs 14 of your brief, you discuss the issue of pay equity. Can you explain why that remains an important issue for Wahine Māori today?
Yes, absolutely. But just before I do, I've just seen here I've missed my point that I wanted to raise. with having my grandmother under the Mental Health Act, it's and the stigma attached accordingly. It's not easy. It's not an easy fact to own. However, through being aware of these things, we've continued to fight and to keep and maintain a healthy balance of mental health accordingly because of the history in the family. But yes, the effects are ongoing. Some of us have struggled harder than others to deal with this issue. Some of us are just up in arms. So I just wanted to address that before we move on to the next point. Thank you, which was pay equity. Yes, that's a very important point, as it should be to all women, pay equity. I've chosen to wear purple today as a nod to the 1893 suffrage movement, which was celebrated in 1993, 100 years later, as the Women's Suffrage Year movement. Coincidentally, that is the year that the Mana Wahine claim was filed, and I understand the 100-year anniversary campaign was largely spearheaded by the likes of Dame Mirasasi and the rest to celebrate 100 years, celebrating that New Zealand was the first country in the world to give women the vote. And I just want to say how the lack of recognition for the whawhai that Māori women had in that journey. Māori women were the landowners, that we weren't allowed to have a say. So of course Māori women were pushing the issue, but they weren't mere te tai manga kahia. She wasn't recognised for her contribution in the Māori women's suffrage movement, and credit was given to Kate Shepherd, who's on our $10 note today. So just another one of the many little actions in which Māori women have not been recognised over time. And I've chosen purple today to nod to that because we were world leaders in 1893. 53 years after the signing of Te Tiriti, it took 53 years to lead the world to give women recognition, the right to vote. I'd like to challenge that New Zealand in 2026, we should be the first country in the world to close that pay gap for women, and let's be world leaders again. And I'd just like to put it out there that I dare say that any political party who is brave enough to pick that up, I'm pretty sure every woman would take their vote, that's for sure. So, yeah, pay equity, that's very important. Kia ora.
Thank you, Ms. Harris. In paragraphs 16 through 19 of your brief, you discuss the leadership roles you hold and the barriers that wahine Māori often face when seeking and holding similar positions in a contemporary landscape. Can you explain what those challenges look like in practice?
Oh, okay. Well, yes, so in my brief I talk about I am currently the chair for 3 different organisations. I am I'm going to acknowledge the co-chair for the Hokianga o ngā Hapu Whānau Tai Whenua, and at this point I want to acknowledge my co-chair, Claire Morgan, who, while she has resigned in title, as we all know, i te ao Māori, when you go and sign on for any position and you say interim, and you're very clear about that, interim or not, you're it. And so Claire, while she has stepped down as my co-chair, I still rely heavily upon her, and title or not, she's co-chair. So I'm co-chair of the Hokianga Tai Whenua, which is in charge of the Hokianga Wai claimants of Te Paparahi o Te Raki, and I'm also the co-chair of Te Kotahitanga o ngā Hapu Ngāpuhi, a larger group of the Ngāpuhi claimants, which led out the Te Paparahi o Te Raki inquiry, and I'm also the chair for the Te Puna o Kupanuku Rawene campus. These roles are largely voluntary. As we know, it's not about the money, it is about the kaupapa. But I just want to talk about in point 17, I quote the whakatauki, ka hore te kumara e kōrero mō tōna ake reka, which basically translates to kumara never tells how sweet they are. And so in a very Māori context and the concept of being whakaiti, with colonisation bringing their patriarchal society over the top of ours, I've often viewed that it's trying to force a square peg in a round hole. You have great difficulty doing so. The world views and the world values are so different. And take for an example that whakatauki. Now, i te ao Māori, you to remain humble and don't put yourself out there, you're going to miss out on a lot of opportunities in the world because you didn't put yourself out there. So it's hard when you're trying to hold on to your values while navigating the landscape that has changed drastically, that is not yours. It's alien to the beliefs that have been taught to you. So a lot of struggle. And also, just one other thing, the struggle to be heard. As we heard from the previous speaker, and I addressed this in my previous kōrero at the Kaupapa hearings, there seems to be, we'll call it an unofficial hierarchy, colonised hierarchy, if you like, which the pecking order seems to be European male, European female, Māori male, Māori female. And so I talk about having to raise your voice twice, 3, 4 times just to be heard on our own whenua. So such is the plight of being a Māori woman today.
Thank you, Ms. Harris. Aroha, Your Honour, were we going to break for lunch at 1 and come back or continue through?
1 p.m. is our scheduled break. I'm just trying to pick up any signs as to whether they'll be ready for us. They're going to call us. They're ready. Okay. Well, in that case, we will take our break now and we will come back at 2 p.m. That's a long time for lunch. Yeah, we'll come back at 1:45.
1:45.
Yeah, 1:45 to recommence.
Kia ora.
Kia ora. Tēnā tātou. Me tīmata tātou. So we're going to move straight to tribunal questions. Now? Okay. Kim, did you want to? Yes? Yeah.
Tēnā koe. Thank you for your brief of evidence. I've got a few things that I'd just like to talk through with you a bit on. In the kinds of things I'm going to ask you about, some more specific examples, are about what you think the act or omission of the Crown was and what you want done about things. So that's kind of the tone that I'll be taking. So firstly on pay equity. So, you know, I think there'll be a lot of support in the room and beyond the room for the aspirations you're expressing. But I think for the purposes of this tribunal and the things that we're charged with thinking about, it's really important for us to understand what you think the Crown has or has not done that's had an impact on pay equity.
Okay. I don't think it's done anything to address pay equity. If anything, it's doubled down on pay equity with the decision that was just made in the last year's budget. In terms of pay equity as well, my whakaaro is the majority of the time, if a relationship breaks up, that the children are predominantly left with the woman. And so her funding, which is less than a man, which is going to cover for her and the children, isn't that another way of keeping our children in poverty by not addressing that gap? They haven't addressed the gap, and I don't think it's fair when you're doing the same work to be paid less. Okay. Yeah, I don't think they've done anything to address that.
Okay. And in terms of how the whole sort of situation with pay equity has emerged over a long period of time, really, what are the things that, what responsibility do you hold the Crown for in that regard, for the, you know, over the long period of time, the emergence of pay inequity?
Pay equity, yeah. Well, surely they have some responsibility in ensuring that there's some fairness in the system and that we've been imposed upon us. Unfortunately, experience has shown otherwise, but just like they've failed to break the monopoly of the supermarkets here, you know, they've failed there as well. You know, there should be some sort of safeguards, and even in terms of profits by power companies and what have you. You know, where is the watchguard? You know, we've got an economic crisis in place, and we've got the oil crisis coming in, and our government turned, in a population of 5.5 million, they offered relief to 154,000 working families only. But look at the amount of people out there that don't have children. You know, they addressed a fraction, but there needs to be a more broad range of monitoring right across, not just with Māori women issues, but right across the board. The Crown surely has to have some responsibility there.
So that's a very good segue into sort of the last leg of the question I was going to ask you on pay equity, which is what would you want the Crown to do?
What would I want them to do?
Yeah. I'd
like them to address Crown pay equity. A lot of woman-dominated fields seem to be low-paying, you know, and a lot of, and vice versa, male occupations seem to be at a higher rate. When you couple that with you've gone out, you've had your day's work, and you come home, and then the unfair distribution of work at home as well, that just further compacts as a whole lot of unseen mental load that women are juggling. Yes, so I hope that answered your question.
That's great, thank you. I just want to go on to, in paragraph 16 and 17 of your briefing, you talk about barriers to leadership, and you particularly talk about a sort of wahine Māori tendency towards humility, and as a consequence not putting ourselves forward for positions of leadership and decision making.
Yes.
And so can you just talk to us a bit about what responsibility, if any, you think the Crown has got in that tendency that we've got, and what do you think should be done about it to try and get us not being so whakamā and sort of stepping backwards? How you think we could be encouraged to step forwards?
Okay, yep, that's a big one, especially when I talked about the different societal norms. So, that's going to be a hard one because that's culturally conditioned into us to be whakaiti. I don't know what, if anything, the Crown could contribute towards that whakaaro, but just as an example, that's why mihi to my co-chair Claire, that she still continues to lead from the side. So and we just keep on keeping on. I don't know if any what contribution the Crown could have in terms of closing that gap. However, I will offer, during my studies at Auckland University under Manuka Henare, he did discuss about how different, because it was a diploma in business Māori specialisation, how in a Māori business we could have different interviewing systems, such as your whānau. You can have like a whānau interview where your whānau will speak up on your behalf. So maybe that's a way of addressing that. But I can see that maybe working in a predominantly Māori environment, I don't know how that would transpire out into a more general setting though.
And other than this tendency to kind of, step backwards rather than step forwards, what are other barriers to leadership that you think wahine Māori face?
I think,
and it's fine if none spring to mind. I'm just wondering if you've had any experience with others.
I think a lot of it is largely the ability to have faith in yourself. I've taken the approach when I've been asked and offered a role of leadership, and when I'm considering the role, and I just think, my go-to line is, I've been asked to step up. So what do? Do you step up or do you step aside? And of course you step up. So I guess the underlying message there is for Māori women to just back themselves a lot more than maybe what they are currently at the moment. And I was doing a bit of reading online, and it was all about Māori women and governance, and that was the message coming through. Was sometimes you may have some gaps in experience, whatever. Take that leap of faith and just have a back yourself.
Okay. So this is going to maybe a bit more formal kind of stuff. So you go on to say that there are no legislative provisions or clauses guaranteeing wahine Māori participation in Crown governance structures. So what would you like to see done? Like, if you're saying there's nothing in legislation that guarantees that now, what would you like to see done to get wahine Māori there?
Okay, that's a good one. And I'll just, as an example, use the paparahi o te raki. We had the rōpū tūhono process come through where the four principals at the table were four males. And I'll never forget sitting in the audience, and there was a comment from one of the ladies in the audience, and she was saying, "I don't see any men up at that table." And the comment from the table came, "There's nothing wrong with her eyes." Ha 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 ha. But I don't know how how that could be sufficiently addressed, to be perfectly honest. In my roles as chair, because I hear, for example, Labour talk about equity and needing to have equal amounts of women and males to fill certain roles. My experience is I don't really care if you wear a pants or a skirt. I just need consistency and I need people to turn up. So I don't know what that would look like.
Okay.
Sorry?
So I'm just going to ask a really blank, bored kind of yes or no question. So in your brief you say there's no provisions guaranteeing Wahine Māori representation on Crown governance structures. Do you think the Crown should legislate to guarantee Wahine Māori representation on their governance structures?
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tēnā koe, Ms. Harris. Nice to see you again.
Kia ora, Robin.
Before I ask my question of you, I think I should acknowledge the passing of Hinerangi Kupapuru, especially since she gave me a right dressing down at that hearing you were co-presenting at in Kirikiri. If there's any idea that I was up on an unofficial hierarchy above her, she certainly put me in my place. Very, very humble. I'm not quite sure how to describe it, but moi mai rā I te rangatira, moi mai rā I te whaia. Her contribution was very great. You talked about different styles of leadership between women and men, and you go that's at paragraph 13, and then you go on paragraph 14 and discussing defence of the pa, and I suppose in some ways matters internal to Māoridom, but I wondered whether you could expand on how you would see today different styles of leadership between Wahine and Tāne in the sort of the governance space and the interrelationships, Crown structures and what have you, and what you think Wahine would bring that is to be valued and elevated and protected and guaranteed, if you like.
Okay. Okay, that's a good one. I'm just thinking, just off the top of my head, as you were forming that kōrero, take for an example, we had a change of chair for the Ngāpuhi Runanga when Sonny Tau had been stepped to the side and Mere Mangu had taken the chair. The first thing she did was have an audit of the assets and of the monies in the kiti. You know, as any woman and responsible for a household does, you check the kitty, you pay, you check what's going on. And she had ideas of what she wanted to do while she was in there. Unfortunately, maybe she was blocked by the previous others that were still in support of the previous chair. So there's a lot of stuff behind the scenes that would have a large effect on that. So I'm not sure if that quite answers your question, though.
It answers it in part. Have you got other attributes, I guess, that you think would be of great advantage to New Zealand society as a whole, if you like, to be brought more into the public space?
I guess I'm struggling for examples because, our societal, our leadership's role of leadership has been greatly affected by colonisation. And so, these great examples of strong female leaders like my mother-in-law, like her mother, Dame Whina, that has been disrupted. So it's sort of hard to give examples when, as the time changes, the landscape changes. It's hard coming from like you said, we've been blocked from the decision table. And just like how I was talking previously about backing yourself, but, you know, when you have a family background where you've been disempowered, just like my grandmother was, you know, you have to dig really deep, and you know, there's a lot to it. It's not just, okay, I believe in myself, I'm going to do it. So yeah, that's a very complicated question. I don't quite have the answers to. Sorry.
I would think you used the phrase unofficial hierarchy.
Oh yes.
Do you think it's that unofficial?
Oh well, it's recognised a lot. I was doing a dive online trying to find a source to quote, and at the tuapapa hearings when I gave that kōrero, that it's my opinion that a Māori woman has to work twice as hard for half the recognition. And Dr. Leonie Pihama come on later and said for a fraction of the pay. So, you know, so just constantly undermined at every turn. So, yeah.
Yes, I wonder about unofficial when it's Crown bodies that are making appointments and what have you. So, you know, and running the education system, and especially in the past. Anyway, well, I'll leave it there. Thank you very much for talking to us. Those are all my questions.
Kia ora. Thank you, Robin.
I just have one question for you, and I'm just referring to paragraphs 25 and 26 of your brief, where you are talking about your mahi in terms of, you know, pardon me, the treaty claims process that you've been involved in over the years with your whānau. So I guess there's treaty claims process, and then of course there's the settlement processes, which is the engagement with the Crown. So I'm just wondering whether any of the roles that you are involved in have dealt with settlement issues, and in the run up to settlement for Ngāpuhi Nui Tonu, and we will hear expert evidence later this week about a chronic underrepresentation of women in treaty settlement processes. And so my question is, from your point of view, what you've observed, what has been the experience of women in settlement processes within Ngāpuhi? In terms of involvement, decision-making, material influence on those processes. Could you give us some idea of what your observation is of that?
Okay. Okay, yeah, it's my experience of the paparahi o te raki. Māori women, we've been, well, we largely contribute in the whare, where the decisions are made by consensus. I just wanted to add here, I was asked to add earlier, just thinking of my mother-in-law, you know, we quite often have 4 generation in hui, and I was just hit me in waves earlier that she's not here with us at this time. But yeah, we definitely, as a Māori woman in this space, have a lot to contribute in the whare, in the background, but again, it's in the back. So, you know, as you do, you help wherever you can. They're the secretarial roles, you know, the nuts and bolts, you know, the cooks in the back that don't necessarily get mentioned. But yeah, we contribute where we can, but in terms of the leadership roles, we're primarily led out by men at that time, which is why there were 4 principals at the table now. However, that's there's been a change in that, whereas now I would be there at that table now. So, and that's through contributing in the hui and having the tautoko from the nannies in the hui. So yeah, we definitely have had a lot to contribute, but just like a lot of women's work, it's unseen and in the background. I'll leave it there. Kia ora.
Tēnā koe le kuru ko inga kei roto I te whare I te rangi nei. I wasn't going to ask a question, but To tell you the truth, your kōrero about your kuia e Raitihi sort of really impacted in my thinking. And the question I have about that is, you kind of implied that one is that obviously the Mental Health Act and the way it was applied impacted on her ability to be able to take control of that 1 acre that was allocated. But doubly so, perhaps the way in which the role of Wahine in terms of taking control of land was intensified because of that. And then also the possibility of not being in Raitihi and being away. I wonder if you can describe a little bit more about the way in which that accumulated, the impact of those three things in particular, but in particular how the Wahine was recognised in relation to the 1 acre of land, and how maybe locally, as the local iwi in Raitihi maybe didn't recognise it as well, or whether the land court didn't recognise it as well, or whether the system within the health system stopped that from taking place. I'm not sure whether you can explain a little bit more to that as to what impacted your inability to take control of that land.
I understand under Mental Health Act she had no say. So, but again, where is the protector in that act? If she has no say, then why was her lands not safeguarded and protected for her future uri? As a consequence of that, when we visit Raitihi, we go up to the urupa, pay our respects to my nan, and then go and sit at the marae. That's it. And it just twists the knife to know that my grandmother was the last member of our whānau born there on the pā. That should have been our whānau land. So yeah, the alienation of that. And I guess for her, dealing with the loss of her 8 children, you've got limited mental energy, let alone physical energy. And I guess for her, that land was, she's got other bigger fish to fry. So, in terms of just getting on with it, she just did the best she could. And the Crown that removed her right to speak for her land failed to provide her protection in that as a consequence of removing her say. So I don't know if that answers your question.
No, I think I suppose what I think I'm hearing is that the decision not to award that land in that way, or not to recognise that awarding of land, didn't fully recognise the role of a mother with the children being excluded from that. But she returned back to be buried at Raitihi.
Yeah, we took her home. That's her home. So, but yeah, because we were all born away from home, we're all urban Māori. But yeah, we took her home. She was buried at home at Raitihi.
Mm.
So that's the only bit of land she owns down there in the urupa.
So there could have been more done to recognise the potential impact of the exclusion of children and grandchildren from being able to have that connection to that land that's hers.
Absolutely, because we've got nothing. So yeah, lucky to have a urupa to visit.
Tēnā koe.
Kia ora.
So I see your mum is indicating we won't hear from you in relation to that now. What I do,
Can I talk to her now?
yeah, sure. But what I do invite you, if you wish to file more evidence on this issue for the whenua.
Oh, awesome.
Po.
Mm-hmm.
If you do some work with your lawyers, do some research, and you can give us some more information and evidence about that in that.
Oh, thank you. Kia ora.
We're moving our part. Oh, sorry. Yes. Yes.
I do have some questions, but firstly, tēnā koe, Ms. Harris.
Tēnā koe.
Thank you for your evidence, and I want to acknowledge your lovely mother there taking video of you, recording your evidence. So just two or three questions, if I may. Following questions from the tribunal in respect to paragraph 19 of your written brief, you answered a resounding yes when you were asked, should the Crown legislate to guarantee positions for Wahine Māori within governance structures?
Yes.
If I could take that line of questioning a little further, in that scenario, who would or should miss out? That is my question, and I'll explain a little bit more. As a chair, as you are a chair of various boards, you will know that there are only a certain number of positions on boards. In that scenario, who should or would miss out?
I guess the answer here would be some male would be missing out if the seat was allocated to a wahine specifically. But I just want to follow that up with, I don't feel like they'd be missing out. They'd be in another role and contributing in the other role.
Thank you. And would you include, when you talk about Crown or governance structures, do you include iwi organisations within governance structures?
That's interesting. That's a curly question. Off the top, no, not necessarily. In general, no.
And why not? Why would it be different for Wahine Māori?
Iwi. Well, I guess. Sorry, what was the question?
Would you include, when you say that you would like to see the Crown legislate to guarantee positions for Wahine Māori in governance structures, would that include
iwi structures? Oh yes, sorry, yeah, I'd like to change my answer. Yes, I didn't understand the question, but yes. Yes, that should include iwi structures as well. Yep.
So the Crown should legislate.
Oh yeah, see, there's that curly question again. Because at the end of the day, Māori, where's the autonomy that we have to shape things out for ourselves? So here we come back to my kōrero about a square peg in a round hole and having to fit and adjust and adapt our societal norms to fit into somebody else's. So yeah, that's a curly one.
Fair enough. And sort of following from that, you say at paragraph 21 of your written evidence that the true essence of mana wahine is being on a marae that allowed wahine speakers so that the hearing could be truly wahine run rather than having to rely on your men to open and close. Do you see this as an issue that the Crown should fix?
No, that's a bit different. When it comes with a cultural constraint like that, what I'm alluding to there in that paragraph is there are some marae that allow for women speakers, that it isn't necessary for a male to be there, but that's an issue for Māori, not for the Crown.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. I just have a further question that has arisen for me from the last discussion. So just wanting to clarify with you, when you answered emphatically yes, that you thought the Crown should legislate for Wahine Māori representation, it was in response to my question on paragraph 19, which is about Wahine leadership within Crown governance structures. It's not to do with Wahine leadership in iwi governance structures, and that's the question you responded your emphatic yes to.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you.
Nā mihi ki a koe.
Tēnā koe.
Whakaaro?
Kia ora.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right, now while we're just getting our next witness ready, I just want to advise that we have an afternoon tea break scheduled for 3:30, but we have agreed with the kitchen that we will not have an afternoon tea break in the terms of mokai, but we will have a bit of a break at that stage, about a 10-minute break just to stand up and move around. So that's what we will do this afternoon. Kia ora.
Tēnā koe I te kaiwhakawa o tēnā koutou o te ropu whakamana o te tiriti o Waitangi. Council's name is Fletcher, and it's my privilege today to open the case for the following two claims. First being the Y2377 claim on behalf of the late Nuki Aldridge and the Wahine of Ngāti Pākehī, and the Y2382 claim on behalf of the late Nuki Aldridge, Te Whānau o Rataroa, Ngāti Uru, and Te Tahawai. Ms. Rowton has already outlined the claimant's submissions earlier, but in short, to help orient the tribunal, the emphasis of the Y2377 Ngāti Pākehī claim is on how colonisation has enforced a shift away from traditional exercises of rangatiratanga by Wahine Māori. In particular, the claim alleges that structural changes brought about by colonial attitudes and Crown actions have undermined the traditionally Wahine roles such as tohunga and matakite. Furthermore, they have eroded the hononga that Wahine have with te taio by imposing foreign gender norms that have suppressed the rangatiratanga of Wahine Māori since contact. The Y2382 claim has a slightly different focus, exploring the experience of Wahine Māori in leadership positions proximate to various levels of government. The claim conveys Te Whānau o Rataroa's resistance to these post-colonial diminution of Te Tino Rangatiratanga o Wahine Māori. It sets out the traditional role sharing that occurred between Wahine and Tāne, and alleges that Wahine have had to actively preserve Wahine Rangatiratanga in a post-colonial world. Further to this, it highlights how significant structural and interpersonal discrimination have continued to affect the claimants for generations. Unless Your Honour has any questions in relation to those submissions, I'll now introduce the claimants. As they are presenting their evidence as a panel today, I would like to call both of the claimants now. With us in person, I call Bryce Peter Aldridge, one of the co-claimants for Y2377, alongside Stephen Mark Renata and Russell Owen Smith. And joining us online, I call the named claimant for Y2382, Ms. Violet Eva Walker. Your Honour, neither Mr Aldridge nor Ms Walker intend to traverse their briefs in full, but instead they'll simply make some short comments and clarifications before moving on to questioning. Starting with the 2377 claim on behalf of the late Nuki Aldridge and the Wahine of Ngāti Pākehī, Mr Aldridge's brief of evidence is document C30 on the record of inquiry, and he's also filed a summary of his brief, which is document C30A.
Kia ora tātou. Ka mihi anō e te rōpu whakamana o te Treaty o Waitangi, rawa ko te krauna. I tai mai kōrero ki te kōrero. If I may begin, Your Honour. Ka pai? Just introduce me. Okay. Ko hemi te maunga whangaro te awa mā tātua te wakatako i ko Bryce Aldridge. Kia ora tātou.
Thank you, Mr Aldridge. Just to confirm that you have your brief of evidence in front of you, dated 28 November, document C30?
Yes, correct.
And you confirm that your evidence is true and correct to the best of your belief?
I do.
Kia ora, and I understand you were going to make some comments in relation to your brief rather than read it fully.
That's correct.
Please. Thank you.
Okay. Kia ora tātou. As Councillor has said, firstly I'd like to, and I think it's important, Your Honour, to acknowledge Council. The preparation of my particular brief here began 2 years ago, and there's been a lot of work done to it and I've enjoyed that process. And I acknowledge Tamaki Legal for doing that for me. So in saying that, I'm going to take my brief as read and more so speak to my brief of evidence. The 2 points I'd like to speak to in my brief of evidence regarding Rangatiratanga o Mana Wahine is 2 points, one being life and the second being death. And I'd like to begin with the kupu putanga, the moment of childbirth for us as humans. And to explain that, before the conception of Te Paparahi o Taraki Wai 1040, we attended our taumata kaumātua ngāpu nui tonu attended a hui in Whakatane with elders who aren't with us anymore. And I want it to be relevant that this be spoken of here in my brief of evidence. And it was a discussion because the young people like myself were getting caught up in the Crown's narrative that He Wakaputanga o Te Rangatiratanga was expressed to be a declaration of independence. And one of my aunties, quite rightly so, wanted that corrected. And there was an explanation given that the generation or my generation were not going to be fluent in that dialect. That the documents were written in 1835 and 1840. So she explained it in this way, and she offered a solution. For her, Wakaputanga meant this. The moment of childbirth, the child is held up to the atua, and it's said a future leader is born. So she offered the young generation, us, the opportunity to use the word proclamation, because her explanation of declaration meant that moment of childbirth concluded with another baby is born, which makes it significantly different from a Mana Wahine perspective. If I can, adding my own twist to that, when we have a future leader is born, there's all the attributes of hapu and whānau being able to make sure that that child becomes a leader, and those cultural practices that ensure that. Now, when the explanation of declaration is used and a child is born, we see those children ending up as statistics in our societies: suicide, mental health, drug and alcohol addiction, uneducated, jobless, homeless, the whole gambit. And I want it to be relevant that The naming of the 1835 document, He Wakaputanga o Te Rangatiratanga, expresses the moment of childbirth of future leaders, not children to become statistics in the Indo-European society. I don't want to expand because there's evidence there that that does happen, but we should question what was it like prior to recording of childbirth pre-contact. I want to give another relevance to the importance of mana wahine in a life-giving area. Nobody talks about the kaikaranga. Nobody does. Nobody talks about it. And how rendered down the role of kaikaranga has become in our society today. I had aunties, and we all had those aunties who were very firm and very strict on how kaikaranga was done and how it was played out. And I'm not trying to, I want to be very focused on ensuring that I hold the Crown accountable for that. We know from a cultural perspective that a kaikaranga brings us through the realm of tūmatauenga. A man can't do that. A man can't do that from the waharo to the doorway of the whare. But in 1835 there was a kaikaranga, and there were very important compliances because that kaikaranga was welcoming visitors into our rohe. And those visitors have become the landlords, and there's something wrong here. So that ignorance of the Crown to ignore the role of a kaikaranga and what mana is given to the Crown to come into our rohe needs revisiting, because those compliance they are manuhiri, because that karanga was done. And that's who the Crown will always be. And that's not my opinion. That's what my auntie would say to me. So through the document He Wakaputanga and through the document Te Tiriti o Waitangi, you see peppered through there many, many contributions of mana wahine that haven't been explored yet, haven't been explored in a way where the Crown needs it explained to them. If I may, to the Crown, the kupu iwi that you spoke of earlier on, if you go to the contemporary time, and I understood your question, if I may, apologise, Your Honour, but I'm just speaking to the Crown lawyer. Ma'am, the kupu iwi, in accordance with He Wakaputanga, ko mātou, ko ngā tino rangatira, o ngā iwi. Iwi refers to the moment of conception of a male and a female egg and a sperm. That's what that means. It doesn't mean the iwi that we speak of today. So if we give ourselves the opportunity for the Crown to acknowledge that these documents are more inclusive than exclusive. If you go to Article 4, you'll see a responsibility of the kaikaranga, where they say that they will tiaki and manaki those manuhiri who we call Pākehā. So I'll just leave that there if I can. Now, when it comes to death, our death, and I'm speaking from a personal experience here, the moment before my father passed away, and I'll share this, he said, I don't want to go to heaven because my mother doesn't reside there. And that was a battle because all the tohunga in my hapu are either Catholics, Rātana, Church of England, and we advocated he didn't want to go to heaven. He didn't want to go to heaven. What a battle that was. But they were enforcing the Indo-European society, and we see a lot of that today. We see our own people enforcing the Indo-European society quite aggressively. So When it comes to religion, and we know the Bible is used today, and the doctrine of discovery is used today to frame some of the laws and give guidance to the way this government behaves, and the Crown. We look at religion, and religion, because of religion, the fact that God is a man, and Jesus is a man, and Mary, the only woman in the story, was a whore. And that becomes difficult to offer, because if it wasn't for that whore, there'd be no Jesus and there'd be no humans on the planet. But dying has become fearful because there's someone that judges my wairua when I go up the golden stairway and get to these pearly gates. So dying has become fearful. Dying, in what I've been shared with, was something that we embraced. It was mentioned in the mihi outside this morning about Hine Nui Te Pō is welcoming of our wairua. And so dying wasn't fearful. Dying wasn't fearful because she made a promise that she would meet us there. Abandon her own life, her own being, to be something else because of an event, I'm going to assume. But I want to be very clear that dying should not be fearful for my culture. The fear of dying because the fear of being judged and going to hell, yet opposed to being welcomed with open arms by a tupuna. In death, we're taught through religion that if we don't behave, then we're going to meet Satan. And these are real things. These are real things for my hapu. These are real things for my marae. And I really appreciate that Ngāti Hine is letting me do this here today. The entranceway to Hine Nui Te Pō, there's another kaikaranga. It's the little bird that colonisation said was a little nuisance when Maori attempted to go there. So that has big issues because it's saying that I should be fearful of waking Hine Nui Te Pō or by annoying the fantail because she'll get angry with me. And that's, I know for a fact, is actually not true. So that myth and legend should be put to rest. I do know when that time comes of our choosing that they come for us and they come and get us, and I do know that. And I'm offering this extension to my brief of evidence because I believe it's very important to explain the role of Rangatiratanga, mana Wahine, in the two documents we're talking about. We're here for one of the documents, the Māori text, Te Tiriti o Waitangi. And I'm going to take responsibility for admitting some of the faults of men assuming they know what it's like to give birth to a child, when in fact I'm aware that the male contribution is all of 8 or 9 seconds, including 5 minutes of foreplay. And we need to be very sincere and genuine about who gives an opinion on what in these documents, even as far as the government is concerned. But I put this here because other parts of Te Tiriti and He Wakaputanga, as they are in the Paparahi o Taraki Wai 1040, are going to become relevant in the Constitution Inquiry and the Justice Inquiry and other inquiries. We know what Whenekupa said when she was challenged for speaking on the marae all those years ago. And in saying that, Your Honour, that's my kōrero at this time for today. Kia ora tātou.
Kia ora.
Thank you, Mr. Aldridge. Turning now to the Y2382 claim, also on behalf of the late Nuki Aldridge, Te Whanau Rataroa, Ngāti Uru and Te Tahawai. Ms. Walker's brief of evidence is document C29 on the record of inquiry, along with one appendix, which is listed as document C29A, and the summary of her evidence, C29B. Tēnā koe, Ms. Walker. Can you please state your full name for the record?
Tēnā koe, Mr. Fletcher. Violet Eva Walker.
And you have your brief of evidence in front of you dated 26 November 2025?
I do.
And you also have the appendix to your brief of evidence in front of you?
I do.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. Now, I understand that there are a couple of corrections you'd like to make to your brief of evidence?
That's correct.
I understand that at paragraph 10, where the last sentence reads, my mum's brother, Kathleen Baker, or Kathleen Poe, her Māori maiden name, would like to correct Poe to Puru, P-U-R-U. Is that correct?
P-U-R-U, that's correct, Mr. Fletcher.
Thank you. And then at paragraph 23, the third sentence there reads, I even have a Climate Change Commission employee as a member. You wanted to amend that sentence, so it now reads, I even have a Climate Change Commission employee as an advisory board member. Is that correct?
Correct. Correct.
Ka pai. Now you've made those corrections, can you confirm that your evidence is true and correct to the best of your belief?
I can.
Kia ora, and I understand you're happy to have your evidence taken as read.
That's correct.
Kia ora korua, if you could both remain available, I understand the Tribunal and the Crown may have some questions for you.
Just checking we've got a panel now. Yep. I have a couple of partai for Mr. Aldridge. I need to go back to your brief. So I'm referring first of all to paragraph 19 of your brief.
Yes.
Okay, I'm just finding my way online. Okay, so where are we? Signatures. 2377. Sorry, I need to read my comments. Oh my God. Yeah. All right. So the question I have, just in relation to paragraph 19, is your comment there is that the Māori version of the treaty acknowledges the contributions of Wahine Māori. So I just wanted to clarify what you meant by that. Just briefly.
Yes, I understand. To give consideration to He Waka Putanga, the He Waka Putanga document talks about, as we know, it expresses a future planning event. We will meet at Waitangi in the Ngāhuru to frame laws, peace, justice, goodwill and trade. One of the components of that exercise is shown in 1840 on the 6th of February, done there. Now, what we can clearly advocate through the choosing of that time and the types of laws that were made, that were allowed to be made, in what He Waka Putanga clearly talks about: peace, justice, goodwill and trade. That it doesn't, those are emotions that belong to mana wahine. If we know that, ma'am, we know that for a fact. So if we go to the 4 articles of Te Tiriti o Waitangi, you'll see peace being spoken about, justice being spoken about, goodwill and trade being spoken about. There you go.
Okay.
If we consider the male contribution as to what would have been allowed to be framed in that ngāhuru time, we would have something significantly different. And until we explore that, what I've just said is meaningless. Kia ora.
So now turning to paragraph 28 of your brief, and you talk and you refer there to restoration of traditional leadership roles such as those held by Wahine can only occur if the Crown ceases its interference in Crown governance systems. So, and you then go on to talk about imposition of Western laws and frameworks. So I was just wondering, in what specific ways and what laws or frameworks do you say are specifically interfering in Māori governance and the ability of Wahine Māori to be restored to traditional leadership roles?
I understand their question, and there's personal experience that can be shared. My mother being one of the founding people for the creation of Kohanga Reo, and sitting there with her mokopuna, and then the very next day, a piece of legislation coming in and saying, you have to be qualified.
Right.
Okay? There's one incident. That's a personal experience. Now, we can go to a broader experiences of most recently to do with giving rights to women only regarding exterminating an unborn child. All right? So what I'm aware of, ma'am, to possibly be as cynical as I can, is a unborn child that's born without experiencing the joy of breath becomes a nuisance. Becomes a nuisance in that space. To assume that, I think, and what I'd like to do now is express frustratingly, the Crown know what they've done. They know exactly what they've done. And if I was to ask that that question be submitted to me in writing, and I can give a fuller detail of possibly a list of Crown actions that have taken place over the last 200 years. Okay? Kia ora.
And a last question, and feel free if you would rather prefer to also answer this in writing, just say so. So paragraph 32 of your brief, you're talking about the relationship with Papatoa-Nuku, the closest relationship being with Wahine, and then you refer to the laws that have been enacted, like the New Zealand Settlements Act, Native Land Act, and Native Land Act, the two Native Land Acts, their impact, but you're saying the impact on Wahine was severe. So I guess I'm just wanting you to elaborate on that. What do you say were the impact of these laws, and are you saying that those laws impacted Wahine more severely than Tāne because of that relationship? I'm just trying to tease that out a little bit.
I'm looking at these dates of these, in putting experiences into an answer for you, ma'am, the Native Land Act in 1873 and the Native Land Act of 1865 and these New Zealand Settlement Acts were without influencing any impact, or without, when they were authored, was the impact that was imposed, because we were not given explanations on what they mean. There's nothing in any of these pieces of legislation that say mana wahine will be kept safe. There is these pieces of legislation were not just, in my opinion, were not just there to impact mana wahine. They were there to impact tangata whenua as a whole. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Thank you, and thank you for that reply. Now, I have a question for Ms. Walker, and I am referring to paragraph 24 of your brief of evidence, where you talk about the representation of wahine Māori in resource management and environmental protection remains limited. So, I guess in my reading of the briefs that we are hearing over this week, and to a lesser extent perhaps next week, one of the themes that has jumped out at me is the role of wahine Māori as kaitiakitanga in te taiao. So we've heard about that, or we will hear about that in a number of briefs, about that particular responsibility that many wahine take on. So I guess I have 3 questions for you. So the first question is, what type of representation are you talking about there? And leading on from that, what do you see as the barriers for our wahine to be have greater representation? So maybe I'll throw in my third question once you've had a chance to give us a response to that. Kia ora.
Mihi, before I respond, tēnā koe to the judge, to the tribunal panel members, a special hello to Whaia Linda Tuhiwai-Smith, to our council representatives, to the Crown representatives, and to the Haukainga o Motatau and the tangata whenua in the whare today. I also would like to acknowledge the previous speaker, Lee Harris, to pai tō kōrero whaia. Okay. So an answer to, well, hopefully an answer to, looking at my notes here. So supporting wahine Māori leadership in environmental free fields is crucial for integrating kaitiakitanga and mātauranga Māori into the resource management, addressing the current underrepresentation. So that's the main thing, is there's a current underrepresentation. So I'm sure in my brief I've acknowledged that my current role and position is with Te Whare Wānanga o Awanuiarangi, and I'm the National Program Coordinator for our Te Taiao programs, both a Level 5 and a Bachelor of Environmental Studies. I'm talking about the students that come through. There's a high majority of wahine Māori that undertake studies and courses. And these are, what I would suggest is second chance learners, really, to put it bluntly, in the sense that wahine Māori play so many roles within our whānau. And so the opportunity to continue studies or get back into studies is dependent upon finding the time with the dualities of their roles as being a mama, working and study. And usually the first to drop off from these opportunities is study. So In a way, the Crown can enhance the support through targeted funding, policy changes, mentorship and strengthening the treaty partnerships. I can go a bit further into that. So in regards, here's some ways in which the Crown can support Wahine Māori environmental leadership. So funding and resource allocation, i.e. by Māori for Māori. They can establish dedicated funds that create and expand funding streams specifically for Wahine-led environmental projects. They can fund mātauranga-based projects, so invest in projects that prioritise Indigenous ecological knowledge, such as marae-based climate adaptation. They can support career pathways, so funding scholarships and apprenticeships specifically for young wahine. These policy structures can support embedded wahine in governance, so we can appoint more wahine Māori to key environmental decision-making bodies, example, the Environmental Protection Authority. I've been a member of the Te Herenga Rōpū within the Environmental Protection Authority alongside Bryce as well for over 20 years. And through my programs and through my connections, I can put forward, and probably more often than not, I put forward wahine Māori into internships within that particular organisation. I'm also an alumni of the Sing Aotearoa, which is summer internship for Indigenous genomics. I've been with them as a member for years as well, and I also recommend internships for my students, particularly wahine Māori, into those fields as well, because we're needing those types of scientists within our Aotearoa. So can also prioritise nature-based solutions, adopt policies that favour nature-based restorative practices where wahine are traditionally strong leaders, and strengthen engagement so we can use the Māori climate platform to create direct, well-resourced avenues for wahine to influence national climate strategy. Again, we have, through my role here, and through my experiences throughout Aotearoa, I also have a climate resilience member as part of my advisory board member. So that connection there allows my students to access climate resilience information, etc. The other way is with mentorship and leadership development, so tailored leadership programs, support programs that link experienced leaders with younger wahine for training in policy making and environmental management. Support grassroots activism, so recognise and support the flex roots efforts of wahine Māori in environmental protection through capacity building grants. And upholding treaty obligations, so respect mana whenua, explicitly acknowledge the unique role of wahine as kaitiaki of land, water and resources in policy development, ensuring they have the authority to manage local environments, protect mātauranga, so actively protect mātauranga Māori from appropriation while enabling its transmission and application through Crown Māori partnerships. So some of those examples would be the Parakore Marae Incorporation, that's a waste minimisation program operating on marae. Te Puna Kōkiri Kohine programs focus on building schools in kaitiakitanga, including hunting, gun management and tikanga. And we also have Kahui Wai Māori, which is a forum focused on freshwater interests. So by focusing on these areas, the Crown can help bridge the gap, ensuring that unique knowledge and leadership of wahine Māori are central to environmental protection. Kia ora whaia.
Oh, kia ora for that response. I mean, what I'm hearing from you is that the representation and leadership amongst wahine Māori in this area has been limited, but there is a growing pipeline.
Yes.
But these are some of the things that you mentioned here are the ways in which will enable and facilitate wahine Māori to progress into leadership in this area.
Correct.
I got that?
That's correct.
Okay, ka pai. Kia ora wha. Linda?
Tēnā kōrua. I'd like, my first question is to Mr. Aldridge, and it's in relation to paragraphs 27 to 28, 29, I guess. Your opening statement in 27 is, in contemporary times, rangatira roles must often be self-appointed, as the traditional structures have been severely disrupted. So that's kind of a sweeping statement, I guess, and I'm just wondering whether you've got examples of that, where the key role is one of self-appointment.
Kia ora, thank you for that. If I may, for context of possibly what I might say, the first three words in contemporary time. The structures have been broken down. For an example, in a family of 8 siblings, the 3 of them went to Auckland, 2 of them went to Pukekohe to work in the gardens, 2 others married someone and went overseas, and that left behind 1 or 2. And the communication has now gone. It's been broken down. There's no communication. The siblings offshore are saying, do what you need to do, bro or sis. And the ones in Pukekohe are saying, I've got a new life, and so on and so on. And then the war came and actually took a lot of them. Those were the brave people, I'll say it like that should have stayed home because they were the leaders and they thought for king and country. But if I may, that self-appointment is also forced. I'm one of 11 whaia, and I'm self-appointed because none of my other siblings live at home. Do they agree with me standing here and speaking? We haven't been able to have that discussion yet, but I hope that helps. Kia ora.
Thank you, it does help. I mean, I've heard it in my own context, but framed very differently, and that is often the ones who are still ahi kā, last people standing, have to do the work because others have, as you say, left home and moved away. So I just thought it was an interesting framing of a rangatira role that you make in that paragraph.
Kia ora. I would prefer to have my overalls and gumboots on right now, ma'am, but in that some of the things that we have to continue doing as ahi kā, and this isn't anything we all abandon from or all aren't aware of, even when we don't live at home, we're still applying the same things. Kia ora.
Tēnā kōrua. My next question is for both of you. You both sort of approach your statements by kind of clarifying many of the roles that wahine Māori played pre-te tiriti, and then talk about what happened subsequently. And I guess the challenge for us is the impact of colonisation in the diverse ways it impacted, including on the roles of wahine Māori. And then the role of the Crown in that process of, you know, the extent to which actions and omissions of the Crown exacerbated, caused, made worse, you know, the impact of the broader sense of colonisation that sort of in your statements kind of start to diminish the mana of Wahine in all these traditional roles and disappear them actively from the new roles of a rangatira, the new roles that were being required by the Crown. So I'm just wondering, it's a roundabout way of sort of asking both of you, what specific things do you think the Crown did that disappeared Wahine Māori from the role of exercising rangatiratanga, both at the hapu level, the iwi level? Yeah.
I wonder, ma'am, if Violet, you would like to, so I can segue? Kia ora.
Right, okay, Linda. I suppose, again, the one thing that comes to mind pre-colonisation, and it's not, it's sort of like, it's actually not the Crown, it was the church, whereby Lee spoke about it earlier on, in the sense that our wahine, some marae now allow wahine to speak on the marae and some still don't. That was religion. Prior to being colonised and the religion coming in place, our wahine spoke on the marae, right? And there was nothing any male was going to do about that. And particularly in Ngāti Pakihi, Bryce's marae there, my children's marae there, and his mother's marae. We still exercise that today. So wasn't really the Crown, it was just whether you are still able to exercise and go forward with those traditions and the cultural practices of your hapu whānau, and that falls back to each individual iwi hapu whānau. In regards to wahine Māori in leadership positions, they've got to navigate a complex landscape, often facing unique intersecting obstacles that combine systemic racism, gender bias and cultural disconnection. So their leadership experience is frequently characterised by the need to balance Western institutional expectations with Te Ao Māori, and that's where and Te Ao Māori has the values, etc., while simultaneously navigating cultural taxations. Bryce might be ready to have a kōrero now, but the cultural taxations and overwork, so wahine Māori leaders are often called upon to lead cultural initiatives, provide pastoral care for Māori staff and students, and act as cultural advisors in addition to their formal roles. This often unrecognised unpaid labour, i.e. cultural taxation, leads to high stress and overwork. Then you have isolation and lack of representation. As they ascend to senior leadership, many wahine Māori find themselves the only Māori woman in the room, creating a sense of isolation or suffocation. The lack of other wahine Māori in senior positions limits mentorship and role modelling opportunities. And you've got navigating double standards, which is racism and sexism. Wahine Māori experience both sexism and racism, which can manifest as having their competence questioned or being forced to adopt a more Eurocentric style to be viewed as professional. They may also face intense scrutiny for asserting their identity, such as wearing moko kauai. institutional betrayal and bias. Many wahine Māori encounter systemic barriers within colonial structures that do not value tikanga or mātauranga Māori. This can include being ignored, infantilized, or experiencing institutional betrayal when raising complaints about discrimination. Historical legacy and disparities, the ongoing impact of colonisation, including the loss of land, language, and deliberate exclusion of wahine from leadership roles, historically contributes to current inequities in health, education, and economic security. So overcoming these challenges often requires building intentional support networks, mentorship with other wahine Māori, and a robust professional development that uplifts rather than compromises their cultural identity. Ready to go, you, Bryce?
Yep, I'm ready. Thank you, Violet. I think while Violet was talking, I appreciate what Violet has done, because our elders put her to what she's doing now, and we're seeing it flourishing. We're talking 30 odd years ago. Now, if we could go to Tāne Nui Arangi, going to retrieve ngā kite mātauranga, putting the kite into Papatuanuku, creating hini ahone, they're the knowledge holders. The biggest matter that the Crown impacted, in my opinion, in an attempt to give some context to your question, is the education system. They took away the ability for mana wahine to transfer knowledge. They are the knowledge holders. There's no bones about it. And the mainstream education system removed it overnight. Kia ora.
Thank you both. That got some way to what I was thinking. So that's one element, right? Education. Can you think of other elements?
I used the word education simply. Yeah, there are a raft of elements. There's a social element, there's a cultural element, there's an economic element, there's an environmental element, there's a political element. But I'm using those words instead of the kupu that we have, because they're better, for me anyway, if I can say it like that. The education system was broken down into sequences, which if you had, from explanation, gone through those sequences of training, I'll say, then you were self-appointed, because you had gone through a particular education system through a conception time, believe it or not. The Indo-European world used star signs. We know we had them too. And that conversation is critical to answering your question too. Mātauranga is very vast. I'm mindful that it takes 28 terabytes to hold a small piece of mātauranga that mana wahine were endowed with through the creation of hini ahone. Kia ora.
Yes, you're correct. And in my brief of evidence, I have looked at resource management abilities, health inequities. Wahine Māori is staunch advocates, against mining, etc. That's all in my brief of evidence. Maybe I could elaborate in more contemporary times now, and we're looking at the resource management. And so in paragraph 20 there, I'm talking about the Resource Management Act. And so throughout my engagement with the legislative processes, I've developed a comprehensive understanding of how to leverage legislation to benefit tangata whenua effectively. It involves a strategic approach to interpreting and applying laws in a manner that advances our rights, interests and cultural values. So you learn to identify opportunities, and you learn to actively participate in consultation. advocate for amendments and collaborate with legal experts. You are learning to navigate complex legal environments. So that's all to craft arguments and strategies, and so that our voices can be heard. So an example, probably a contemporary example would be that when all us resource management staunch one-man band, two-man band, small ropus, resource management units, and we've registered to make sure that we receive all resource consents that come into our rohe by applicants. Sometimes the applicants can be your regional or district council, but there's a turnaround time from once you receive that application of 5 days in order to read through that application, hui with your whānau hapu iwi, and get a response back to that application. 5 days. Now that's ridiculous. Sometimes resource consents can be 5 pages. Sometimes they can be 100 pages. Sometimes you don't pick up that email that's been sent till you've got 3 days left. So what you need to do is learn to use the ture, which is the Resource Management Act, to your advantage. And so what we commonly do, because of the time allocated to look at that resource consent, is we more often than not apply a Section 92 within the Resource Management Act, which normally the consenting authority applies, but you can manipulate that to suit tangata whenua Māori. And it's a Section 92, which we can say, oh, we request further information from the applicant, or we request a site visit with the applicant. So that buys us a little bit more time to be able to fully comprehend what the application is all about. You can also use Section 37A, and that's usually, again, for the consenting authority. They usually use that to request a waiver of time to be able to request further information or more detail from the applicant themselves. So we have learned to manipulate that section as well to for us, so that we can get some more time to be able to look at those resource consent applications fully and have that time to consult and talk with our whānau hapu iwi on a way forward, or, a decision in the application. Does that answer your question, Linda?
No. You went off on another tangent, but I'm going to leave it there for other questions from the tribunal. But thank you, Ngāmihi.
If I may, Professor Aroha Mai, I'm excited about your question, and I'd like to ask if I could have it in writing, so to give an answer proper. Kia ora. Thank you.
Tēnā kōrua, o tira tēnā koe, Bryce. E pirangi ana, tērā nope he pātai poto nei. Tōku ia I mangaiti. Do you know, was there a process in which she took kaitiakitanga over the river? And was that a process that she also used in passing down to your mother that was then overlooked when it went through the system of marae trustees in terms of taking control of the river?
I remember a question you asked that was similar in the Whangarei inquiry, and I was reluctant to give an answer because I hadn't received consent with the type of question that you've asked, with respect. And the consent has been given, and it may tie in with the second way that you've asked the question again, if I can say it like that. As a young 13-year-old, I was, as we all were, involved in sport, and on Saturday morning we were playing trials for Northern representative team, and I was injured with my ankle, and I limped my way home, and on the Sunday were the trials for the representative, Northern under-13 representative team. And I've heard this story from an All Black of the past, and where I limped my way up the stairs, walked into the lounge. My mum had seen me come in the driveway. She was sitting on the floor with a bowl of water, and she asked me to put my foot in the water. And I fell asleep to her singing. And when I awoke, I remember the time was about 7:30, because she woke me and I had to be at the club rooms again by 9 o'clock for the trials. Long story short, I made the representative team, having an ankle the size of a balloon that evening. Now, specifically, that ability was taken away by trustees I'm 60 now, Mukere. That event I just explained happened when I was 13, and I've never seen it being repeated ever again. My grandmother passed away when I was 14 after she handed it to my mother, and my mother was never able to do. When you say trustees, Mukere, you have people that nominate these trustees. It's them, not the trustees, that did what my tupuna did in reaction of not being able to do those things anymore. About 200 metres up the hill, they gifted land to build what's now known as the Whangaroa Hospital, so that type of medical care could be given for the people, as these three rivers at Mangaiti were visited by people all over Taitokoro, Muri Whenua, and as far as Mahurangi, for that reason, to get some peace for their tinana. And I'm trying not to waffle now because a lot of memories are coming back. Most of the memories are the pain seeing in not just my mother, but Auntie Rosie, a lot of aunties that were there when the practice of the use of this water was stopped for them by the trustees. Now, again, to be cynical, I've done my own research. I'm aware that trustees exist inside a reservation. That reservation is marked with a 4 strainer posts and a whole heap of battens and 8-wire fence. They don't stay in there. Today we've got the initiative where iwi authorities and so on, and this is quite impactful because the Crown is letting it happen. They're responsible for the marae, but in their documents now, and they're using the kupu hapu as well. And we know that that's not right. That's not right for because that river is in a hapu rohe. It's not in a trustees rohe, but local government and central government are allowing marae trustees to influence what's happening with resource consents and those kinds of activities that are happening. So I guess thank you for asking that question, because my eyes witnessed that particular event from being a young boy and seeing absolutely, if now that we've shared this little discussion, now it can be read by somebody from my tribe in the future and say, wow, that's what it used to look like, because it doesn't exist today, what was there in the past. Kia ora.
Pai tēnā koe, i te whakaro atu au ki te āhuatanga o te tiaki, te awa pene, te draglining and reconfiguration of the rivers, the decisions that were made that were blocked by your grandmother and then your mother wasn't able to continue with that. Engari kei te pai, kua nui anō e rā kōrero ki tērā take, tēnā koe.
Crown.
Just a quick question of clarification for Mr Aldridge about the membership of the Mangawati Marae Trust. Who are the trustees? Sorry, can you clarify that, please?
I am aware that my brother is one, two of my cousins are one, and two extended cousins are trustees of the marae. Kura, Sheila, Terry. There has been a recent change to those names I've been made aware of recently. I think Stephen Renata might be one, Russell Smith might be one. To be honest, ma'am, I've really taken no interest in them anymore, to be honest.
No, thank you for that clarification. And we do also have one question for Ms Walker, but Ms Dean will ask that question.
Tēnā koe, Ms Walker. Thank you for your evidence. I have two hopefully short questions. The first is in relation to it's around paragraph 24. So you talked with the panel about representation of Wahine Māori in resource management and environmental protection being limited, and discussed in response to their questions some avenues for increasing that representation. The Crown will bring evidence when it comes to it on some of the supports that it has to support the pipelines for Wahine Māori leadership. Are you aware of any examples where the Crown already does support or fund increasing representation for Māori and Wahine Māori in environmental protection or resource management?
I think the Parakore is an initiative that Te Puni Kōkiri administer, which is government funded, isn't it?
Yep, tika. That's about it for at this time. Sorry, it's the only one I can think of at the moment. Thank you. One further question. In your brief of evidence from paragraph 40, you talk about your work with the Northern District Health Board as part of the, I think, the Whangaroa Health Trust, Health Services Trust. I'm interested in what you're looking for in the context of this particular inquiry, and how you see the concerns you raise here as being concerns related to the Rangatiratanga of Wahine Māori. There are obviously concerns about health services, and you understand you're aware of the Kaupapa inquiry dedicated to health services. So interested in how you see it sitting in the context of this inquiry.
Sorry about that. That was my alarm that just went on. Okay. It wasn't a good experience, as you would have read in both myself and Mana's briefs of evidence. But what I think can potentially moving forward, or looking at the historically, historically New Zealand's health services have been designed for an urban-centric, hospital-centric perspective, and that doesn't reflect the realities of rural health delivery. The system has long prioritised national individual level performance targets, such as waiting times or specific procedure numbers, over community-based preventative care requiring a high deprivation area. So to expand on that, whangaro is a ISO 10 community, and this particular whangaro health services, when it was a community-owned service. And further to that, no, I won't expand further to that because that goes into another Y claim number. So these rigid compliance requirements that make it harder to provide safe, high-quality services when we are needing, where they are needing and creating a tick box culture. There's disconnect from rural reality, so decision-making often fails to consider the impact of policies on rural communities. So when the Crown is making those types of decisions, so for instance, requiring person appointments for patients with limited transport or setting targets that fail to account for severe workforce shortages. So we are struggling, just like probably all small community-operated healthcare services. We're struggling to get secure doctors. We're struggling to get nurses. We're struggling to get any staff that will come this far north to work. And there's the systemic inequalities, equity that the Waitangi Tribunal found the Crown has failed to address these inequities with rigid funding and reporting structures causing a breach of treaty principles. So the key factors: severe workforce shortages, high travel costs, cultural and social context. Right?
Yeah, kia ora. My question was trying to get at why this is being raised in the context of the Mana Wahine inquiry, or why those concerns you see as being about Wahine Māori?
Because both I was in the chairperson's role, and I was also responsible for employing the CE, which was also Mana Wahine. She was a Māori woman as well. So that's the context, of why it's actually in this. It's also in the health, we've put it in the health one as well.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Bye.
Thank you, Ms. Dean. Just a couple of quick follow-up questions from me. So, Mr. Aldridge, just clarifying the reservation trust that you refer to is a reservation, Te Ture Whenua Māori Reservation Trust, and so through those processes that would have been established, and that's how the trustees are appointed and so on and so forth through that process.
That's correct.
Okay, ka pai. Thank you.
Kia ora.
And thank you. And just in relation to Ms. Walker, I had the same questions, the Crown, in relation to the raising of this issue in the Mana Wahine inquiry, when obviously it's presenting as a hauora management issue. So what is the issue of Wahine Rangatiratanga? You've referred to yourself and the CE being Wahine, but what is it about that sequence of events, that scenario that has moved you to raise that issue here as a Wahine issue?
I suppose it comes from, and why we've included it is because of the racial bias that both of us were affected by during our terms as chairperson and CE of the organisation, along with the fact that because those are both leadership roles, we were the interface of our Community Health Services Trust with the NDHB, and our voices weren't heard. There was decisions that were made on whether we retain our elderly care service or not, but when we finally got to the table, and that was a fight in itself to actually get to sit at the table with those decision makers, the decision was already made. And, the impact, the follow-on from that, Judge, was that once both Mana and I resigned from those positions after all this bias that was happening and going on, the community-owned service was has now become a publicly owned private. It's a private, privately owned now. The Whangaroa Health Trust services themselves only have mana over the elderly care service of that hospital, health provider service. Health provider service itself is now privately owned.
Okay. Kia ora. Thank you for that response.
Kia ora.
Do we have any more pātai? Any more pātai? That's all the pātai from the tribunal and obviously the Crown.
Aroha mai, te kaupapa. I did have one final follow-up question for Ms. Walker with the tribunal's permission.
Yes.
Tēnā koe, Ms. Walker. Just following up on the question from Professor Te Hawaii Smith's pātai, in reference to the question of when it was that these colonial attitudes came in and changed the role of Wahine, you said it's not the Crown, it's religion at one point. And I just wanted to clarify in that regard that you weren't making, in that statement, a conclusion about the extent to which the Crown have influenced or supported Christianity, but more an indication of your thought process. Is that correct?
That's correct, yeah. It was just that specific. That's the only thing that sprung to my mind at the time. And I couldn't put it down to Crown. It was under religious, yeah.
Thank you. No further questions.
Well, that appears to bring us to the end of the evidence for the day. So we've come in to the end of the day early. So before we close up for the day, I'm just going to ask if there are any matters that Council wishes to raise, either those who are here are tinana, and then I'll go to those who are online. Anybody here in the whare who wants to raise an issue? Ms. Dean.
E te kai whakawa, just the back and forth about potentially follow-up writing, quick questions in writing, and just it'd be useful to get a process locked down for that. It might be that on some of these matters the Crown would want to seek leave to ask a further question based on what information comes out.
I'll have a discussion with staff tonight around that, and we'll clarify that in the morning. Okay.
Kia ora.
Ka pai. Anyone online have any issues or questions? No. Okay. All right. Ko tēnei. Nā mihi kia koutou ko tai mai I tēnei rā, and I'm going to ask ki te whakakapi.
Te mea nei, e mihi nei ki ngā kōrero katoa I puta I roto I a tātou I te rangi nei. Engari, e pirangi ana e kito, nau te karakia o te marae Atea, nau I wāhi atu tō tātou kaupapa I a mātou tātou e huitahi nei. Pai tonu kia I whakairihia anō o kupu I tēnei wā, e whakakōpani a tātou kōrero o te rangi nei. I konei koe I te roanga o te rā e noho nei ki tērā pito o te whare, kua rongo a taringa, kua rongo a ngā kau I ngā kai kōrero, me te mōhio tonu, he rā anō a pōpō ana. Ko te kite atu I a koe, kaore rane, kei te pai. Kua waiho atu kei a koe te whakakapinga o tēnei rā. Hara mai rā kia kōrero atu. Kōrero, kōrero. You gave him the soli. Because on my team were 3 rush boys. Me kia atu te mai.
Sorry, please. Yeah. The first Waitangi Tribunal hearing I attended was in 1987. It was for the Taipa sewage claim, the very first one here in the north, 39 years ago. And at that particular hui, a lot of my uncles were giving evidence, whakapapa mainly. Essentially, the tribunal ruled in favour of the council for the sewage system there in Taipa, where we come from. Anyhow, today is similar because I'm listening to your kōrero, and I think it's right that the church, I represent the church, so I think it's right that the church is identified because we have a lot to answer to. So I say that quite honestly here. Sarah, this rako belonged to her father, this rako here, and I think that we all have to be made accountable. And I'm not one to say that, don't look at me, but you can look at me, Bryce, it's all good. Because we have to put our hand up to say we are part of that, the language around colonisation and institutionalised, all of that. That's us. It's all of us. So, ka tiko nei. Tuku e hoa mātou ki hare rungi tau rangi Māori e te atua, rungi tau aroha noa, rungi tau māramatanga, rungi tau ngākau tatu, ko ti tēnei huihuinga tangata, te noho tai ki te Tribunal o Waitangi te ata. Whakarongo i enei kōrero i puta. Ngā pono katoa ka puta. I mua i tēnei aroaro. Tēnei mātou te tuku atu i enei inoe a mātou, rungi te ingoa tātama tō mātou kai whakaora, o i ukaraiti. Āmene. E nā koe.